Friday, next year. When I think of someone else working on the block with coming up for Friday night and then waiting for a little while. Now this is gonna be a long stream. We're not together for every minute of time. On talking unless that's our moon. Welcome everybody talking about my heart. That's a lot of right? If someone's a cheat, they're going to be a cheat. If someone's a cheat, they're going to be a cheater. Once a cheater, always a cheater. We've heard all these things before, right? See, we have. I used to think that when I was a lot younger, I was like, you know what? A cheater is gonna cheat, and it has absolutely nothing to do with you. You weren't, you weren't lacking in any kind of way. That's on that person's fault because that's their character and their moral and their spirit. And then I grew up And I started observing people more and more and more. I started observing myself and my feelings and people I've dated or been in long relationships with, or maybe just, hung out with, or maybe just flirted with, right? And then you come to the realization there is a reality, right? And then there's that other thing that people tell themselves or tell their friends to make their friends feel better, right? But there's still a reality over, or under, I should say, all the fluff that we hear a lot about cheating, because we hear a lot of fluff. And then I hear there's levels to this shit, right? There's like some people consider flirting cheating, which it is not. Some people consider you telling someone else that's not your man or your woman, your business or whatever, emotional cheating. There's levels to it. There's all kinds of people categorize cheating as all kinds of things. Some people say it's any sort of relationship or friendship with someone other than your spouse or your significant other. Some people say it's just sex. If there's no penetration, there was no actual cheating. If there was no eating, or there was no actual cheating, right? So I am just from the frame of mind that you can prevent cheating. You absolutely can. And people don't like hearing that. It's like, no, it's never my fault if someone cheats, or it's never that other person's fault if someone cheats. If someone cheated, it's because they're just a bad character and bad moral, right? But then you're expecting, in my opinion, humans to not human. You're expecting humans to be subhuman, right? But humans will do as humans will do. And I think cheating is very, very preventable, right? So now, some people watch this and they're cringing. They're like, oh my God, no, you're giving cheaters an excuse. I'm actually not giving cheaters an excuse, right? Because there are levels to this. And I want you to know, tonight's going to be an open panel. You guys can come argue with me if you like. That's okay. Mama will argue tonight. But I just wanted to tell you what I've learned, right? And some of this may resonate with some of you. And some of you be like, that's bullshit. I got cheated on and it was his fault because I was doing everything. I was sucking and cleaning and cooking and being cute and rubbing his shoulders when he came home from work, and he cheated anyway, right? A lot of the guys, you guys, man, you get scorned for good. When you guys are scorned, let me tell you, we can't compare y'all to women, because y'all are bitter. Y'all could get your little hearts broken in the 5th grade, and y'all will be on a rampage for the rest of your lives and hate anything with a vagina, right? So men, they do the same thing on the flip side, right? They get cheated on. Oh, I hate women, and I was doing everything, and I was paying all the bills, and she cheated anyway, and I was paying all the bills, right? That's usually the stance men take, right? And they take it very, very furiously, right? With women, our thing is, do you love her? When we find out that someone cheated or whatever, we're emotional, right? So we're like, or I would say we're just programmed to think emotionally, right? Because we're built different than men. We're nurturers. We give birth to human beings, right? We are here to cater and love and raise our families and take care of our families. So we look at it differently than men do. That's why we hear a lot. Women will say, do you love her? I know you slept with her, but do you love her? Right? Because that's the injury, not so much the act, but the injury of, do you love her? How much of you have you given her aside from your penis? And with men, it's like, did you fuck him? I want to know if you fucked him. I want to know if he saw your vagina. I want to know if he saw your titties. They don't even think for a second that the woman may be in love with the other guy. They just want to know, did someone touch their flower? Did someone open up the cookie box? Okay. Did the petals open up for another penis? Right? Did you fuck him? Because I can get over the other shit. I can get over the text messages and the secret phone calls, but did you fuck him? Right? And women are like, do you love her? Do you love her like you love me? Do you love her? Right? So there are stark differences when people get quote unquote cheated on, right? I am from the school of thought, my opinion, flirting isn't cheating. Flirting is like breathing. It's like fucking breathing. That's why there's the long-standing joke, work husband. and work wife, right? Because long as, you know, heterosexual individuals are in the same place at the same time, you're going to joke here and there about certain things. Be like, okay, your hair looks good today, or oh, I like how them pants fit on you. Yeah, sexy, right? That happens a lot. That happens a lot. YouTube is a work environment. A lot of people may not think so, but we get dressed to do this shit. We make time to do this shit. We schedule it around, you know, our personal lives. Some of us get paid as soon as you get monetized to do this shit. So it is a job. So even on here, you know, I mean, there'll be a lot of flirting going on and cute stuff going on. It happens, right? In my opinion, cheating is actually planning, okay? Plotting, okay? Planning to meet up, meeting up. Make sure your bra and panties match to meet that man, right? Fellas, y'all gonna get the shape up and throw on your cologne. You're gonna get in that car and drive the miles, right? Or you're gonna rent that hotel room, right? So cheating, to me, let's deal with that version of cheating. I know a lot of you are gonna be like, no, well, just talking is cheating. Well, just flirting is cheating. Well, just sharing your goals and dreams and aspirations is cheating. I know there are levels, but I'm talking about the nitty gritty, hardcore. You got dressed, you planned for it, you lied to your spouse to do it. You didn't pick up your kids because you went and did it. You missed a day of work to do it. You lied to your mama about where you was last Thursday to do it. I mean, actual planning, plotting, taking the time out, okay, setting it up. And you know, it's like premeditation, right? When murder happens, it means a lot in court if it was premeditated. Does it not? It means a lot because you had time to not do this. You had time to think it over. But premeditation is I went, I bought the gun, I stalked the person, I saw what time they leave from work, what time they come back. That's premeditation, right? So I'm talking about that level of cheating, the cheating, okay? The premeditation. I'm going to wear this. I'm going to say this. I'm going to look like this. I got to lie to this person to get there. I got to lie to this person when I get back. So that's what I'm talking about. Can we prevent that cheating? Okay. I say yes, and I'm going to explain why. Now, if you vehemently disagree and you're like, there's absolutely no way, Jen, there's absolutely no way you could prevent cheating no matter what. If you disagree to that degree, you feel free to cam up and tell me why. And then we can have a little verbal fisticuffs because I feel like throwing some hands today. Okay. I feel like throwing some hands. So by all means, you can come up and cam up. I'm gonna drop the link, and then I'm gonna get into why I think and how I think cheating is preventable. And I told you I'm talking about the cheating. If you missed what my version of the cheating is, you're gonna have to rewind or catch it on the playback. But very quickly, I'm talking about penetration cheating. I'm talking about you matched your bra and your panties to meet that man. I'm talking about, fellas, you went and got the shape up and lied to your wife to meet this woman. I'm not talking about work wives and work husbands. I'm not talking about flirting online. I'm not talking about asking one of your male friends or your female friends for advice. I am not talking about that. I'm talking about the act itself, okay? The bomb, okay? The penetration, okay? The warm rag after and then speeding back home because you did it, okay? I'm talking about the cheating. Now, some of you may be triggered tonight because maybe you've gotten cheated on and you're still not over it. And some of you dudes probably got cheated on and hate all women walking the earth. And it's okay to be triggered, right? Just don't act the monkey ass fool, because my block trigger finger is very, very light. Okay. So I'm going to get into, you could cam up if you want. Hello, everyone that's new in the room. What's up, Black Stars? Yeah, I got an interesting email today before I get into this, because I am an actress and I get a lot of emails about what shows are casting. Catfish It's casting. I know, random sidebar, but catfish is casting. That made me think about a lot of people on YouTube. And I know you're thinking, no, but everybody on YouTube cams up and they talk about who they are. Well, that's the thing. Half the people on here are bullshitting. They're actually catfish in live form, right? They're catfish. They're catfish right in your face, right? Yeah, catfish is hiring. So if you guys who are faking the funk about who you are want to get cast, reply to catfish. Yeah, they're casting. Okay, so let's get into what's up, Haram. What's up, Tawana G? I see you prime time. Mo, mi amor, how are you? Soup Bone, I know you were early in talking about you can't prevent cheating. The cheating's a cheat. What's up, Tiffany Daniels? Tristan! All right, guys, so what's up, Holly? Holly is also like, no, you can't prevent cheating. Fuck all that. Okay, so yeah. So again, I'm gonna get into, and you guys can cam up and come argue with me. I'll drop the link once more before I get started, because once I get started, you know I don't be stalking the chat too much. Il Doctrine is in the building. Il Doctrine, are you coming up today? Are you coming up today, or you just go wait to the end? All right, guys. So here's my theory, and it's just my POV, right? I don't want you guys to go out and plan, you know what I mean, the rest of your lives with this, but I always think I throw out, you know, some good info, just food for thought, just food for thought. So yes, you can prevent cheating, right? Like you could prevent everything else, right? We know how to prevent getting sick, right? We know how to prevent having babies, right? We know how to prevent not having a good relationship with somebody. We know how to prevent danger. When we get in our car, we put our seatbelts on, right? We stay healthy to prevent illnesses. We go work out, we eat right? So we know what prevention is, and we know how to prevent things, right? You can prevent cheating. A lot of you are going to be disturbed because I'm going to chip away at some of your beliefs. A lot of you think that you could prevent cheating with God, right? Well, God's going to keep me strong, and we took these vows under God, and we took these vows, you know, before God, and we said our vows, right? So I got this ring on now, and He vowed to be loyal and faithful till death do us part. So God got us, right? So that's one thing. Bullshit. Okay. Another thing you're thinking, well, I'm attractive, so shit, he ain't gonna cheat on me. I'm cute, and I clean up real nice. He ain't gonna cheat on me. She ain't gonna cheat on me. I know I look good, you know. More bullshit. More bullshit. As far as religion, you know, I'm an atheist, but I recommend religion. Some of y'all need religion. You know, the joke like you need Jesus. A lot of you do very, very much so need Jesus, or you would be complete and utter fuck ups and recluses of life if you didn't have Jesus. So that's why I am an atheist who recommends religion. I'm not the average atheist. I recommend it. Y'all need it. Y'all needed to stay faithful. Y'all needed to stay honorable. Y'all needed to stay strong. Keep your Jesus, right? So I'm not one of them atheists that you'll never hear me say, oh, down with all religion. Some of y'all need religion. So the reason why I say do not count on religion to keep your spouse, your spouse faithful, or even you faithful, is because it's a false crutch, right? It's a fake crutch. It's just words. It's just words, right? And when you say, you know, I took a vow and God got us. Well, you have to look at, for instance, the mega church preachers, right? You are not more prayed up than them, and you don't know the Bible more than they do. Now, I'm one of y'all, okay? Nobody's more prayed up and knows the Bible back and forth than a mega church preacher, okay? None of you do. So you have to understand that when a man is that devout and that devoted within religion and within God, but how many times have we heard these mega church preachers are freaking off with some chick twerking in the back, right, in his office, or freaking off, you know, spending money on these women or cheating on their wives, right? And these men are prayed up. There's no religion like a mega church preacher, yet we hear over and over and over again the scandals that they get into because no son fiel, right? They're not faithful, they cheat. So what makes you think that you walked in a church with your husband or your wife, took some little vows for an hour, and your family cheered, and that's going to be the guard, the force field against, you know, that cutie at his job, or that fine dude at her job, right? So I want to bring you into reality. I told you there's a lot of fluff covering reality, and the fluff sounds nice. The vows sound nice. That reception was really, really nice. The bouquet was wonderful, but it's fluff, okay? At the end of the day, both of you are human. So I want to talk to the human in you, okay? Because the human in you is the one that goes to cheat. The human in your spouse is the one that goes to cheat, not the one that was in the church with the fluff, okay? That's just one day that y'all do that. It's one day, okay? So religion, not gonna do it. If you are attractive and you're thinking, well, I'm attractive, ain't no fucking shit. I know I'm a dime, or fellas, I'm a sharp dresser. I know I'm taking care of Bill. No, some more bullshit. If you look at, I always use Arnold Schwarzenegger as an example. And I see someone backstage. I'm gonna bring you up, honey. Give me a minute. I always use Arnold Schwarzenegger as an example, because I think Maria Shriver, she's a decent looking woman. She dropped dead gorgeous now. You know what I'm saying? But she's a very decent looking woman, dresses well, well-spoken, intelligent, comes from good stock. The Kennedys, right? Regardless of, you know, whether you think the Kennedys are criminals or not, in society, she comes from good stock, right? Tall woman, statuesque, you know what I mean? Fairly attractive, right? And Arnold Schwarzenegger cheated with the help. He cheated with a hideous looking woman, the maid, right? So if you think that you're attractive and you're intelligent and you're statuesque and your family is bomb and that's going to prevent them from cheating, wrong again, right? Just wrong again, right? Men, you guys think long as you pay all the bills, and salute to the guys that pay all the damn bills. Y'all the real MV motherfucking P's in the building, okay? Shout out to y'all. But it's not going to keep your woman faithful. It's not. Sorry, guys. And I know it's a lot. I know you got the weight of your shoulders on your back. You're taking care of these children, making sure the bills are paid, making sure she got money for her hair and her nails, and you're making sure the household is fit, and you're fixing the leaky, you know, pipe underneath the sink, and you're moving couches, and I am man, hear me roar. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. If you don't do the things I'm about to explain in a minute, okay? Doesn't matter. And I know it's disheartening. Women, I know it's disheartening that you think you could be the baddest bee there is, and he's still gonna cheat. And gentlemen, I know you could think that you're the alpha of all alphas, and she's not gonna cheat. Doesn't matter. And I know it's disheartening, but humans are going to human. So I'm gonna bring up. I see somebody backstage. We all know this guy. Let me drop the stream again, and I promise I'm gonna look at the chat. But you know me, when I get on my little soapbox, I'm not doing this. So let me bring up Big Head.
Yo, what's going on? Can you hear me? I'm on my earpiece.
I can hear you fine. We can hear you fine.
Okay,
Let me just
cool.
let me pull us back just a little bit, so we don't blow anybody's eyes up right now. No, we look good on a big screen.
Yeah, no.
Okay, we look good on a big screen, but I'm just playing. Let me, yes, first super chat of the stream. Let me show this real quick. Okay, the first super chat. Thank you kindly. Alpha Villains is in the building. He says, shout out to the block. You can't prevent cheating, but you can minimize it by not ignoring red flags, not prejudging, and by addressing concerns early. Most things can be prevented by not wasting each other's time. I like that. I particularly like that comment. Although I'm still gonna lean on prevents it. I'm still leaning on that, but y'all can keep arguing with me. I don't mind. Y'all can keep me coming. Y'all can keep arguing. So, Big Hev, how are you, sir? Haven't seen you in a minute.
You know, I'm chilling, just grabbing me a quick bite to eat, but I love this subject. I talk about it a lot with the quote unquote monogamist, and it's very interesting to me how people perceive the idea of relationship being like in a funnel or just a one-way street, right? And I think majority of the issue is that it's pushed off on us from such a young age that something that everybody's ready for and everybody can do. And I think these little boys come up thinking like, I got to tell this girl what she wants for me to get the box, right? And so they find themselves trying and trying and trying this several times throughout their livelihood. And they find that one woman and they're like, okay, she's the one. She's going to be different. I know I've been a dirtbag in all of my past relationships, but you know what? I'm going to really try for this one, right? And so they find that woman who seems to fill all the boxes, and somehow they still drop the ball. And it's because it was never in you in the first place. I think just paying attention to numbers and being a realist, there's 3 billion species on this planet, over 3 billion species on this planet, and only 3% of that 3 billion species practices monogamy. That has to be an eye opener. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so I should have prefixed this conversation with this. I should have started this early on. There are people, as far as cheating goes, there are people, yes, I agree with some of the people in the chat early on that was like, no, you can't prevent cheating. You're right and wrong. And I say you're right in this aspect. Some people are not, and it's great that we have Hef on the panel now. Some people are not meant for monogamy. They're just not meant for monogamy. So cheating is going to be the thing that they do. And by cheating, I meant they told you that they were going to be faithful to you and only you. Therefore, whenever they go outside of what they said to you, that is cheating in a nutshell. That is cheating defined. So I'm not talking about people who are going to cheat and are not built for monogamy, right? I think I'll agree with that is the majority of people, right? Also, even as adults, we don't know what we want. We think because we're 20, 30, 40, 50, we know what we want. But a lot of our makeup, we're like sponges from the day we're born. A lot of our makeup is stuff that we see and hear and have been told and has been, thrown on us, and what we see in the media, right? And from a very young age, what we see is monogamy being a thing. Monogamy is very lucrative. You know what I mean? It sells diamonds, it sells clothes, it sells houses, it sells cars, right? It sells baby furniture. Monogamy is very, very lucrative. So if I'm trying to make money off you, I'm going to keep pumping monogamy to you, right? Because single life doesn't produce the chips that me promoting monogamy would, right? Single life doesn't promote chips. Single life promotes clubs, nightclubs, right? But you know what I mean? Being together forever, I can get a lot of money off of you, and I can sell so many things to you, right? If you are a couple,
got the holidays, you got
holidays. I mean,
Christmas.
The list goes on and on and on, right? That's why you see the engagement rings. You start seeing the commercials right around Thanksgiving, right around Christmas, right around Valentine's Day. You start seeing those commercials. That's by design. Like, they already know how you function as a human being, so they like that's by design, right? So I'm not talking about people that are going to cheat no matter what. I'm not talking about people who are not meant for monogamy. And I think, again, that is the majority of people. Sorry to say, it's a harsh reality, right? But people that are comfortable with just one person in their life because they don't want to hop around, they don't want to share fluids and juices with other people. I'm paranoid about people sweating on me and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I need to know what you eat, if you work out, you know what I mean? What are your habits? Like, so I can't be that type of person. And some people are, and that's okay. I'm just talking about moi, you know what I mean? But so I think it can be preventable if you take yourself out, and it's hard. This is not going to be easy, y'all. This is not easy. If you thought you were going to hear me say some easy shit like, oh, that's all I got to do. This is not easy because it goes against everything you've been taught, everything you see on TV, and probably everything you think you want. And I say think you want because if you've been conditioned, then you're thinking the way someone else made you think. You're not thinking for yourself. A lot of people don't think for themselves. They're just conditioned to, oh, I got to grow up. And I gotta be, you know what I mean, appealing to a man, and I gotta cook and clean, and then I gotta get married, and I gotta go to college, and I gotta get this degree, and then I gotta get the 401k, and then I gotta have these babies, and then I gotta retire, and I gotta be a grandparent. That's basically the cycle that everybody's on, and that's what we're conditioned to do and think. That's why when you hear someone say, I don't want to have children, you're like, gasp. Or when you hear somebody say, I don't want to get married, gasp. Or when you hear somebody say, I don't want to be with just one person, I want to be with 10 people, gasp. How dare you? How dare you go against the system, our system here? We have a system here, right? And then some people argue it's bad for the community if you don't settle down. I mean, we're being pulled constantly from all different people. You got to do this. You got to do this for. You got to do this for us. You got to do this for you. You got to do this for your children, right? But then humans are gonna human, and we see time after motherfucking time. Humans human, and they do them. That's why you can see a mega church preacher, sliding off with one of the chicks in his congregation, because we can say whatever people want to hear. What we really want to do is a whole different situation. And I think that to be in a relationship to prevent cheating, I would say that you have to be real grown and adult about it. Okay. You have to be open to that person's changing. There are phases that humans go through. Every day we change. Today I hate avocado. 3 or 4 or 5 days, I may want to have an avocado salad. And you can't hold me to what I said 3 days ago. 3 days ago, I didn't like avocado. Now I want avocado salad. And what happens in relationships is that scares people, right? Because you marry somebody or you go into a relationship with somebody and there's a package for you there. Once that package changes, it makes you nervous. You start thinking, am I going to be next to change? Am I going to be on the outs? Because now she likes avocado. Does she like avocado this week and not like me? And it's a nervous thing. So if you're going into a relationship thinking this person's never going to change, and I want you to be who I married, you're in for a raw awakening. Yes. You're in for a raw awakening. And I'm gonna throw it back to you, because I got more shit to say.
No, do your thing.
Oh, okay. So I want to super chat Ray. What's up, Ill Doctrine? Let me see if he's throwing some poetry on me today. Thank you for the super chat. Ill Doctrine says, salute to men going home with calloused hands, smelling like diesel fuel, looking all day through salty sweat, measuring twice, cutting once. Get it right or people will get hurt. Salute to you, because your lady is probably cheating. You know what? You're absolutely right. You are absolutely right. Because what he's doing to hold down a home does not equate his wife is happy with him romantically. So it is a great point, and I agree with it. Because you can bust your ass, same thing as women. You could bust your ass to be attractive, and it doesn't matter if it's not fulfilling this person, right? We have Brother Ish is in the chat. What's up, Brother Ish? We got Haran. Let me bring up Haran. What's up, Haran?
What's popping, man?
You hear me? We could hear you fine. Ladies, ain't nothing but penis on the panel and then me. So if y'all want to come up, I'd like to see some girls up here too, okay? But I'll hold it down for y'all. You already know. So, so Haran, so I'm getting into now what people can do to prevent cheating. Now, I know if you're just coming in, you're like, oh, you can't prevent cheating. I say you can. Okay? I say, motherfucking you can prevent cheating. One of the things I just covered was not being afraid when you see your spouse or your significant other growing a different direction. Now, I said growing, not going a different direction, but growing a different direction, just wanting to do things and experience things that weren't those things when y'all first met. You can't be nervous about letting your spouse or your significant other explore other things, right? Don't let it make you nervous. And it's nerve-wracking because it's like, oh my God, like me and him used to always play Scrabble. Now he's telling me he's tired of board games and he wants us to go skydiving instead. Like, don't panic, go skydiving. Go skydiving. And if it's something that he wants to do or she wants to do and you're not with it, by all means, at least support. Because you know who's at skydiving? The women that love skydiving. That's who's at skydiving. The women that love skydiving. So the last thing you should do is say, I only like board games. You do that skydiving thing on your own. Ooh, honey. Huge mistake. If skydiving isn't your thing, great. but you vowed to be with this person and be dedicated to this person. So at the very least, you don't have to turn into his twin. You don't have to turn into her twin, but you better support that shit. You better look through magazines and be like, look, honey, they got the skydiving outfit. How do you think there are ways you can insert yourself in the interest of somebody else without becoming their twin? Just support. I remember the whole when Halle Berry was married to Dave Justice, and one of his complaints was she never came to any of my games. She never supported me in any of my games. Like, you would think everybody wants a Halle Berry. Halle Berry is the pit. And David Justice was like, she's a bitch. She won't even come to my games. So again, it doesn't matter how attractive you are, how much everybody else wants you. If when that person wants support, they can't turn to you for it, right? So she should have been in them damn bleachers every now and then, wearing his little jersey, like, yay, go Dave, right? Even if it wasn't her thing, because when we meet people, they are not our twins. They are not our twins, right? We're two different people from two different walks of life. But I would say you better get on that skydiving. Even if you don't want to jump out of a plane, you better jump out of something that has to do with skydiving, because that's how humans are. We're constantly exploring and learning and wanting things and wanting adventurous things, right? So that's another thing I would tell you. Don't be afraid when you see the other person growing in a different direction. Go with them, rock with them. You don't have to become their twin, but rock with them. With that said, Haran, what's up? Let's see. With that said, Haran, what do you think thus far? Are you one of those completely you can't prevent it? Or are you one of those you can prevent it? Because I know a cheater is a cheater. Some people just, Hef could speak on it. Some people are just not meant for monogamy. So what they do is tell themselves they are, and then they're going to cheat no matter what. And then there are the broken people who need to self-medicate with vagina or penis. That's a whole different subject as well. I'm talking about being in a healthy relationship and how you can prevent cheating, because I think you can prevent cheating. No one just cheats to cheat unless you are a dysfunctional human being. There's a reason for everything that we do. There's a reason for everything that we do, unless you are already damaged. Okay? So I'm qualifying my statements. Let's not misconstrue. If you're already damaged, you will find vagina and penis to medicate with, okay? I'm talking about healthy people who are just otherwise adventurous and growing in different directions and want different things, who are in a relationship and want to be monogamous, right? These people get bored as well. These people get nervous as well. These people do go out and cheat because it's something you were not doing, okay? So I welcome Brother Ish to the panel as well. What's up, Brother Ish?
Peace, Queen.
Peace, peace, peace. You always in the witness protection program. It's dark all over there.
Okay, what about this? How's the lighting there?
It's a little better. It's a little better. So
it does look a little bit suspicious. You got soundproof stuff going on in the background.
Exactly, right.
I don't really know. It's real dark. It's real dark. You look like
I'm on a
you're
film
in
set
sweats,
right now.
just in case you got to jump out the window. You look like you're in sweats.
Right. I'm in my safe room. I'm in my safe room.
I know you ain't talking from an avatar, because everybody.
Hey, look, listen. It is not about me. It is not about me right now. Okay, let's stay on topic. Let's stay on code. Okay,
nice.
All right.
Nice save. Okay, Haran. So since you were here before, Brother Ish.
Yes.
And I'm so vain. I'm just wearing, these aren't prescription. I'm just wearing these because they match my shirt. So don't mind me.
They look nice on you.
Thank you. Thank you. I feel smart. So you were here before, Brother Ish. So do tell us what you think about the topic, specifically what I think. I just said one of the things so far that could prevent cheating. I'll go on into some other things a little later on. And then I'll ask you guys your personal experiences as well. So what do you think so far, Haran DeMarco?
I believe that the only way to ensure that no cheating goes down is if you are not in a monogamous relationship.
Oh.
Let's look at this scenario for a second. The only way that I can guarantee that I will never, ever be hit by a car is if I never cross the street or never leave the house. Does that make sense? If I
I,
never put my if I never put myself in a particular situation, then there's absolutely no probability of me actually, something actually happening to me if I never put myself in the situation. So if you're not in a monogamous relationship, and let's just say a polyamorous relationship or an open marriage, and you both agree that okay, you do what you do, I do what I do. As long as we don't bring this here or that there, there's going to be stipulations and so on and so forth under the guise of not under the guise, excuse me, under the those stipulations. No, you can't cheat. Now, a reason why I'm saying this is because, look, I can't control another human being. Things
okay.
happen, and I think let's really have a real grown folk conversation right now. As people could progress throughout their relationship, throughout their marriage, just who they are individually. Sometimes people's sexual appetites change.
Yes.
And, this could either be for the man or the woman. And somebody wakes up one day and you both find out that you're no longer sexually compatible. What happens then? What if you have a great marriage, though? What if you have a great situation going on that is financially stable, that is pragmatically beneficial for everyone, all parties, for you, the kids, everyone? You know, you know, do you divorce? Do you explore? Try to explore and expand your thinking sexually. If you might be something into something that would be considered vanilla and he or she isn't into that.
Hmm.
These are real conversations that I don't think people consider or talk about often, because sometimes, especially around the age of 40, people find themselves around that time.
Hello.
People find themselves, and they either find themselves at 40 or they find themselves once there's an empty nest. People said, hey, the kids are gone. This is who I am. If this ain't you, then maybe we need to figure something out, or we just go our separate ways, blah blah blah, so on and so forth. But no, I don't think, to answer your question again, under the parameters of a monogamous relationship, I don't think you can stop cheating from happening. And no, flirting is not cheating. Okay, flirting is not cheating. Under those grounds, we've all cheated. If
Right.
that's the ground, I'm like, let's be real with each other. But but to your point again, earlier, Jen, I just want to speak on something. What you said, and you were correct. I think both genders process rejection differently because they're used to doing a certain thing that the other gender doesn't have to deal with as much. Take per se,
We can't hear you. I can't hear you. Is it me?
I can't hear him either. He cut out.
Okay, Haran, we can't hear you. Did something happen? Did something happen?
Yeah, it might be his reception. That sounds like, because maybe he froze or something.
Okay, so I want to, and while he's on his way back in, I want to address the sex thing because it's so important. And remember, I'm talking about prevention here, folks. I am talking about prevention here. I think Haran, the way he said it, was more the glass is half empty, right? He gave us an absolute. Like the only way not to choke on water is to never drink water, right? Yeah, if I never drink water, I can prevent not choking, right? On water. So I get what he's saying. The only way to prevent not being cheated on is never being in a monogamous relationship, because you can't control the other person. He has a point. You can't control what anybody's doing, but I'm sticking to you can prevent it, right? So I want to go into, yes, Tawana, come on, if I'm still on when you get home. So I want to get into the sex thing because it's so important, and I was saving it. I was saving it for later. But I can address it now since Haran brought it up. I think that's a great point. Marriages, long relationships, the sex can get stale, but the marriage can still be a great marriage. The relationship can still be a great relationship. Even then, another way you can prevent that from happening covertly without you knowing is letting that other person know and having a constant communication. Let me tell you something. I'm about solutions tonight, okay? Letting the other person know, having the tough talk. I constantly say people in relationships, they don't have the tough talk, right? The tough talk is, honey, if you ever feel I'm not enough sexually or you want to experiment, no matter what that experiment is, please let me know. Don't think I'm going to scoff at it. Don't think I'm going to be mad. Don't think I'm going to be jealous. Don't think I'm going to be angry. Don't think I'm going to think that you don't love me. But I need to know where you stand with us sexually, because I want us to have a healthy relationship all the way around. And I think something that we do, as long as I'm giving you sex, I know you're going to be satisfied because I'm giving you sex, right? Yeah, but no, because you may not be giving the sex that person wants 5 years later, okay? And we have to understand that there's an entire world going on when your spouse walks out the door, right? They are hearing things, seeing things, reading things, okay? They are seeing people have experiences. It could be something as innocent as your wife is at her job and one of her coworkers is talking about this adventure that she had with this guy. He choked her up against the wall and gave it to her from the back and blah, blah. And she loves you to death, but she's thinking, well, me and Chad are never going to have sex like that, right? So that's what I'm saying. You have to be open with the other person. Be bold, be daring, be adventurous with your significant other, because a lot of you people say forever, and forever is a long fucking time, let me tell you. Okay, forever is a long time. So you have to be open to experiment sexually too. Now, men, am I saying let her stick a Heineken bottle up your ass? No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying at all.
Damn.
I'll just say, hey, so people are into that. I've been to a couple of stripper parties, right? So I'm just saying that be open. At the very least, make sure the person is confident enough to come tell you something, right? We do it with our kids. We tell our kids, I'm the parent. You can tell anything to. Don't ever be afraid to tell me anything. Why? Because we want to prevent that they go out and do it without your knowledge, right? Or without your love and care for them, right? We do that with our kids like nothing. And our kids are forever too, right? So we have to be able to do that with this person we quote unquote love. We have to let them know, listen, this is a safe space. You can tell me whatever, but I want to know first. And then I can take it from there. And with that said, whatever he or she wants sexually may not be your cup of tea at all. But at least you will have knowledge of it and you can decide to yay or nay, participate or say, this is probably where we're going to split, babe. I love you. Yes, this is a good marriage. But I think me and you are going to split here because I'm not with the Heineken bottle. Okay? I love you, but I'm just not that person for you.
At least be approachable.
At least be approachable. That's all I'm saying. Be approachable because, and not only that, but something that we do that we don't realize we do. When we feel a certain way about something, we say it out loud. And it's kind of like it's sort of like in my opinion, it's a cowardly way to try to prevent something, right? Like we'll see something on TV or hear about something. And what we'll do is we'll say it out loud in front of our spouse, like,
that little manipulation card in the ring.
Yes. It'll be like, I would never do that. And them girls that do that are hoes. Or that the guys that do that, them dudes that do the same thing with other guys, man. It was a simp. That's why I would never do that. I would never bring flowers and caress her pussy with a flower, right? That's a punk move. All the while, your woman sitting there like, I would really love somebody to put petals on my cooch, right? And you think that you're preventing it. So right there, your significant other is thinking, I would never tell him that. I would never tell him my real desire because I done heard how he feels about it. Same thing with the guy. The guy will say, I'm never telling my woman that because she's too much of a prude. Or she's too sensitive about, certain things. So we have to be careful too when we're trying to avoid something. We're really pushing the person to do it. And Haran is back. Hey, Haran.
So sorry, man. You know what I mean? I think the folks that's looking for Brother Ish probably got to me, tried to get to me.
It is okay. Sister
Don't worry, don't worry.
Joy,
It's shine talk. It's shine talk, man. I ain't ratting you out like some people. I ain't here.
Like some people, right?
hey,
That's all right. You got to beat on them.
zone. This is a no cheese zone. Everybody knows that. Everybody on my panel that they'll go first. Sister George, how are you, beautiful? Come up if you wanna. Who is this idiot in my? Oh no, I got to block people this early. Okay, I'll block you. Right. I tell people don't get blocked. It's fun here. So I covered the sexual thing. Ish, I want you to speak on something. And then Haran, I don't know how much you heard of my rebut to your statements, but then you can rebut to my rebut after Ish. After Ish.
I didn't hear anything.
Huh?
I didn't hear anything. So
that sucks. All right, well, I'll do a recap. Ish, what do you have to say?
Well, I mean, I can
Somebody got noise going on in their background. Okay, it's gone.
Okay. I can speak from multiple perspectives on the subject matter, but I'll start here with this. I believe you can be the influence of not having someone cheat, but cheating is has so many layers to it as far as people's intention. Why some people cheat because they use it as an exit strategy, and they create a situation not to get out of the relationship, but to monkey bar into another relationship. So you have circumstances like that, you know. But I've been in relationships where I clearly I had no intention, and I work in the industry that I work in the film industry. I'm actually on a film set now. That's why I look like I'm in a safe room. But I've been in a relationship where I was very devoted and was not no matter what came in front of me, whether it was Halle Berry, Beyonce, whomever, I was very content in my relationship. We were very intimately compatible, and we had good quiet time together. Like it was just real simple things, and I find that the key aspect to connectivity and whether you cheat or not is really starts with the mind. It doesn't start necessarily with just the physical contact. Have you really locked in with the person? Are you connected with them mentally and spiritually? Which for those of us who don't quote unquote believe in a higher power, but are you connected beyond just physical aspects? And basic compatibility. You grew up at the same time or the same community or same area, but do you really bond with that person? And a lot of times what we do as an era is that we bond physically before we bonded mentally or spiritually, and that's where a lot of times once the physicality or the physical experience wanes, then there's nothing left for the relationship. But if you bond with the person prior to on a mental and spiritual dynamic and really get to know the person before you get into the physical becomes more and more enhanced. And you then value the experience and the person and are willing to explore and are willing to attempt to I'll say this, okay. Minister Farrakhan says if two people are serving each other, no one's unhappy. So if you find that in the relationship you want to serve that person, you want to make them happy, you want to do the best that you can to inspire and bring joy into their life, then of course I was fed. I was well fed. I was treated well as a man. She cooked for me. She cleaned. Our intimacy, we were in a space where we had to almost avoid each other. we couldn't if we got into a moment, it was the day was a wrap. The whole day we were just locked up on each other. So that dynamic, I always felt that you know, when I looked at her, I was like, this is the one. And even when we had, you know, challenges or issues that came up, you know, I was willing to work through them. And I think that's the dynamic. You have to be in a space that way, but you're not in that space until you really lock in with the person beyond the physical dynamic, beyond the physical attraction. Because again, physicality is only going to go but so far. There's only so many places you're going to put an object or put yourself or receive somebody. So at a certain point, you really have to have a much deeper connection that extends far beyond just the physical paradigm. And that's why sometimes people are, in my personal opinion, I may be wrong, are have a tendency to go for being polyamorous because they're staying on the physical plane versus really diving deep into really getting to know a person and allowing someone to get to know them. You can't grow as an individual, and I'll say from the male perspective, I can't speak from the female perspective, but you can't grow as a male until you really have a woman there who's going to see you from every dynamic of who you are. And she's the one to challenge you, to invoke growth in you, to have you look at yourself introspectively into dynamics that you really are not prepared to explore, because she's looking also in her best interest. She wants a protector. She wants a provider. So she's going to challenge you. So you have to be ready for that challenge. And if you're not ready for that challenge, you really shouldn't go into the relationship, because then that's why you want to cheat, because now you're being exposed. And you want to go into a new scenario so that you're not exposed, and you want to look for an option to keep that newness in there. But that newness is not going to have you grow. And newness is not going to evolve you as an individual. And that is a perspective that I walk with. And in that, you know, the relationship that I'm referencing, in that one particular relationship, I felt with that woman, I was going to grow as a man.
Ooh,
It was
okay.
an automatic. It was automatic in the back of my head. I heard she's gonna make a man out of you, and I already knew I was a man. I already felt like I was a man. I was going through different manhood training situations, and trained with different scenarios, and was grown. But you can see when you have a partnership that's like going to challenge you and evolve you, and if you're open for the evolution as a male and as a man, then you'll find a partner that will come and put that to the test. That's what a woman is supposed to do. A lot of us are not prepared for that. A lot
So,
of us as males and as men, we're not prepared for that.
and
And
it's
you
not
have to be
easy.
prepared, and
It's
you have
not
to be
easy.
receptive to that. But we also have to not look at our partner as a competitor. She's not our competitor. We're not at war with each other. So a lot of times, if you have not understood the best male female dynamic, and your partner doesn't understand that, then you're going to start looking outside for solace. You're going to start looking outside for something because you're not willing to accept the challenge.
Okay, so let me jump in here because wow, you just dropped some gems on them. First of all, it's not easy. I can't imagine as a man who's felt like a man his whole life, it's not easy to be challenged by a woman, right? Specifically, a woman that wants you to be better, right? For what I call in-house, right? You're better, then you're a better man for me. You're a better man for a family if we move forward to have a family. So that's very, very important, right? And then I want to throw it back to Hef because he is the polyamorous gentleman on the panel. You said some interesting things, Brother Ish. It is a fact. Like, people have to understand that newness that we talk about, like they always say the first 3 months of a relationship is like, oh boy, it's right, because this person doesn't know how you wipe your behind. This person doesn't know what debt you may have. This person doesn't know how dysfunctional your family may be. This person doesn't know your history, right? So that's the newness people are talking about, right? It's like, oh my God, this feels so wonderful because there's no negativity attached. There's this exploration. The sex may be nil, even though it's the, same old penetration, right? So that's the newness of it. And I do see men and women do this. It's like, wait a minute. You're getting to know me too much. This is getting too serious. If I just bounce on you and jump into something else, I can keep that newness because I don't want people to see me. I don't want people to know the good, the bad, and the ugly about me. I want to have adventures with people, which goes back to what I was saying, how men and women, they self-medicate with sex, right? And that's why they're constantly switching partners, because it's a way to make themselves feel better and not face, I'm fucked up. I'm fucked up. So with that said, salute Bolo TV. Good to see you, sir. So with that said, I know you said that's usually why people segue into polyamory. But I've heard Hef say a couple things about polyamory that may challenge what you just said, because I do recall Hef saying polyamory is not about the sex. So Hef, I want you to answer if you can, because I know you're driving and I don't want it dangerous for you. Are you good?
No, I'm good to go.
Okay. So Hef, are you polyamorous because you like the adventure of having new partners? You like the adventure of having different sex with different people? Like, I want you to rebut that information. Is that why people segue into polyamory? Because it's just easier to maintain when someone's not really, really digging into you as a man and trying to develop you or better you as a man. If you have different partners, no one's really going to sit down with you and be like, that's wrong about you. You need to read this book. You need to do this better. When there's so many people you're giving a piece of yourself to, nobody gets you as a whole. Is it easier and safer for you to be that way?
So, just me, honestly, in particular, as an individual, I've always been promiscuous. So I have to put that on the table first. But for the polyamorous community that I've met, sex is one of the last things that they put on the table. They want to know you as an individual. They want to see how you meld together. What does our life look like once we're trying to cohabitate, and so forth and so on. So for me in particular, everything was a benefit for me. It was just a win all type of scenario.
Your
But
seatbelt, sir.
my
Your seatbelt.
oh, it's right here. I
What?
have one in the car.
You too cool for the safe belt? Put your seatbelt on. People are
Them
telling
things
you.
will kill you. Have you ever seen somebody with a seatbelt burn?
I
That
have.
thing looks nasty.
I have. It's pretty bad. Go
I
ahead.
just put I just would rather drive safe.
Okay, go ahead.
No, but yeah, so in my opinion, the whole cheating thing is derived from the individuals that are involved. When you sit down with someone and you make an agreement to be something and to be committed to something, our whole society thrives off of the agreements that we've made, you know, from traffic laws to going to work and being on time. We've all made these verbal agreements and commitments that we're going to do something up and uphold something so it works. The people who go against that agreement, well, you end up losing that position, or you end up wrecking your car, or you lose that job, or you lose that spouse. It's when you go against that pre-planned agreement, that arrangement that you two have made. So I feel it's very important for you to understand the individual that you're settling down with is like-minded with you, in the sense that they believe in what they're saying. They're going to stand on their word that means something to them. I've met women that fully believe in monogamy to the point to where soon as they take interest in you, they no longer even entertain other men. And that's just how they're cut. They don't play with that at all. I like you. You're getting my attention. You're getting my focus. You're getting my good morning and good night text. That's who they are. So when you settle down with that woman, know that whatever problems arise, whether you stop pleasing her sexually or whatever may go wrong, she's not gonna bend, break, or fold. She's about you 10,000%. She might struggle with trying to figure out, hey, I need you to improve on this, or could you care a little more about that? Could you try a little harder on our dates? She might struggle with the communication form of it and end up experiencing some form of remorse or regret by settling down with you, but you don't have to worry about her cheating. It's going to take some hellified predicament for her to go behind your back. Before she goes behind your back, she's going to opt out of the contract. She's going to no longer want to be there anymore. And that's what it means to be a monogamist. That's what it means to not cheat, is to really fully and wholly believe in that arrangement that you guys have, and that's everything, you know. And for people who struggle with that, that's when it's time for you to rethink, like, am I really about this life? You know, it's funny. I was watching Shameless last night, and I'm at an episode where the gay brother is mad at his boyfriend because the boyfriend doesn't consider it cheating when he sleeps with women. He says, if I sleep with a man, then it's cheating. And so he asked, the gay guy asked his brother, he was like, so, you know, have you ever thought about experimenting with men? He was like, hell no. Are you thinking about experimenting with women? He was like, hell no, I'm 100% gay. He was like, well, I'm 100% heterosexual. And he made an example of, you know, if he's making out with a chick and he looks down and some guy's blowing him, like, would he stop him? And he was like, well, how far along am I? And he was like, okay, so you're 94% straight. He was like, well, I'd say 96%. And, you know, like, that's the point. You know, the gay brother tried to take his boyfriend up on the scenario that he presented, where he was like, okay, so sleeping with a woman isn't cheating. Okay, cool. So he found a chick to sleep with, and he was in the bathroom scrubbing himself to death. He was miserable. He was mortified. He was like, how do y'all do it? Everything was so wet and it was just everywhere, and I got hair in my mouth, and, you know, he was just pissed off about it. He was like, dude, I'm 100% gay. I have zero interest in women. So when you're like 100% monogamous, that's how you're going to approach it. You're going to go in understanding that this is how I'm rocking. My integrity is everything, and I will not break or fold. Something that I absolutely abhor about people in our society, they will take something that has happened to them and use that as an excuse to be malicious towards you or to be fucked up towards you. No, you're a fucked up person. You can't say something fucked up happened to you, so now you're gonna be fucked up towards me. You're a fucked up person. Nobody instills in you to start doing dirt because they did dirt or whatever the case is. That's not how it works when you're firm in belief.
So let me put you in the hot seat for a second before I throw it to Ron. Let me put you in the hot seat, Hef. Is it easier for someone who's polyamorous to maintain relationships because no one's really buckling down and challenging you one-on-one? Like, I need you to be this financially. I need you to be this sexually. I need you to be, you know what I mean, this type of friend to me. I need you to be this type of father. Is it not easier for you to maintain various relationships because no woman is in your face saying, you got to do this, you got to do that, you got to do this? It reminds me really quickly, I just want to qualify my statement. I was in a relationship with a man. I talk about it all the time. He had ED. He had severe erectile dysfunction. And he said, I'm the first woman that sent a yellow stripe down his back and made him nervous because he wanted to be with me all the time. But then it would be revealed that he had erectile dysfunction. Prior to me, he would just date casually because no woman would find out that he had erectile dysfunction. But once you're with one person and you're dedicated to one person, that person is going to challenge you. So similarly with polyamory, don't you think it's easier for you to be in a relationship because no woman is on your neck saying, you got to do this, we need this, we need this. If you're just giving women a little inch here, putting a little head in over there, putting, 2 inches in over here, but isn't it easier for you to maintain relationships with women that way?
Well, that's the misconception, is that just because you're polyamorous, your whole motivation is fooling around. I get to a point to where I don't want to be bothered by people. I have zero interest in it. One second.
We got to stop for the fans, too.
Right.
Well, we got to stop for the fans.
My bad.
It's okay.
Brother had to
But yeah,
he had to secure some things. I see the look on his face. He had to
It's
secure
Friday,
some
right?
things real
It's
quick.
Friday night.
Exactly. He had to secure some. No, just give me 30 minutes, baby. Just give me 30 minutes. I'll be in
I
a second.
understand. I understand.
Clearly, this was not one of those moments he did not want to be bothered.
We can't hear you. Hap, we can't hear you.
Yeah, you done muted yourself and everything. I know what that is.
That must have been an important setup.
Exactly.
my sound is acting up.
Now I can hear you. Now I
Oh,
can hear you.
okay.
He's like, let me mute this real quick. So you were saying?
I'm gonna have to come right back because my sound
No,
is
I can
acting
hear
up.
you. We can hear you fine. We can hear you.
No, I can't hear you. You sound like a chipmunk.
Oh, okay. Okay. Please represent the lollipop.
He's stupid.
Okay. Well, I wanted have to answer that because I call a little tiny cat, just a little tiny cat. Just I'm putting a little cap on him, not a big cat, not a Yankee fitted, not a Bronx Yankee fitted, but I'm giving him a little chipmunk cap because I do think it's easier to be polyamorous because no one's really challenging you in a polyamorous.
I'd have to push back on that. Depends on
You
the
have
setup.
intel? What intel do you have, sir? But Hef is back, so hold on.
I have a little background on it.
Okay, well let me Hef answer before you get into your sordid affairs.
Okay. Hey, again, it's not about me. Okay.
Right, it's about the topic.
Exactly.
Hef, you were saying you get to the point where you don't want to be bothered.
Yeah, I get to the point to where I don't even want to be bothered with people. So the people that I know and I trust and I love, it turns into this pseudo monogamous situation because they end up getting more of my time, attention, and focus. And so there's going to be more more of a burden on me to perform and to to be financially stable and secure and provide the type of atmosphere that they love, enjoy, and appreciate. So my relationships aren't decreased by any amount because there are multiples. I have now more responsibilities, if anything. It's like when you ask people, well, which one of your kids do you love the most? And they tell you, well, yeah, well, this one I kind of like a little more, but I love my kids equally, and it's the same scenario and dynamic to where no matter which one you like a little more, you still got to step up to the plate and do everything that is required of you.
Okay. All right, I'll take the little cap off now. I gave you a little teeny chipmunk cap, but I will take it. I understand what you're saying. Haran, you wanted to touch on your sordid affairs. You were visiting polyamory at one point or another. Yeah.
I like how you like to throw in little things. I ain't saying nothing about that. I'm just here to answer the question and put a little pushback. Ain't nobody opened the door to that. Ain't nobody. You real slick. I tell you, you gotta watch you. You gotta watch you. You gotta watch Jen, man. She got that 3-card Molly hand, man. She is real quick. Anyway, to Hev's point, there's different functions of polyamory, and I think a lot of people don't take that into consideration. Like, for one thing, you could be in a relationship with a person and it's not even physical. It could be an emotional relationship. Now, does that often happen? No. And it doesn't even have to be under polyamory that happens. That could happen under monogamy. People could be in an emotional relationship with someone else, love the other person, but be married to someone else, and they're just not physical with the other person. Now, and also in polyamory, you could also have solo polyamory, where that person is just who they are, and they date multiple people. There's not necessarily a primary person. And I'll segue into that by saying There are setups in polyamory where, yeah, there is a primary partner and things are hierarchical. So it's all depending on what's being agreed upon. Now, in the setup where things are hierarchical and there's a primary partner, that primary partner could probably be the person that actually does exactly what you're saying, Jen. Someone who challenges you, who pushes you, you know what I mean, to be a better person, so on and so forth. You both understand, you know what I mean, you're both in this particular journey with each other. You know what I
So
mean? She might be in,
you mean in a polyamorous situation?
yes, yes, that's what I'm saying.
So
You
you
can have
talking
a
about a
primary
bottom
partner.
bitch? You talking about a bottom bitch?
See, again, nobody said nothing about that.
Ooh, ooh.
Exactly. See the three card Molly hair. See, when you're from New York, you can spot it like, whoa, whoa, whoa. I did not say that. And you can
I'm
spot
just
it.
saying. I'm just
I,
saying.
I
If
no,
I'm
I
the one,
understand what you're asking. I
you
understand what
understand
you're
what I'm
asking,
asking? Because
Jen.
I'm not. It reminds me of like when they talk about Bill Cosby, and I know there's a crazy ass segue, but when you talk about Bill
Yeah.
Cosby and Camille Cosby, and people are like, oh, but she was the wife. I'm like, she was the bottom bitch. She was the one washing out his drawers while he was running
I
around with all
mean,
these women. There's no prestige or crown in that.
well, I mean, we all say tomato, tomato. We all have our perceptions of what something is, but I mean, I wouldn't personally refer to said woman as a bottom bitch.
Okay, bottom
You know what I
lady.
mean?
I'll be nice. Bottom
I
lady.
wouldn't I wouldn't say a bottom lady. I will say
Yeah,
that
I
that
would.
person is your primary partner, and if you get involved in a particular situation that they might have a problem with, and you respect her judgment and you want to make sure that she's good with it, then you can say that, you know what, I'm not going to pursue this other thing because this makes you feel a particular way, and I'm not willing to lose you over
Okay.
this particular thing, you know what I mean, that I don't even know what's going on over there. Now, if I'm a solo poly person, everybody just gonna have to deal with it. 'Cause I'm not with yeah, because I mean if it's solo poly, then I do what I do with you, I do what I do with you, and I do what I do with you. And if you have an issue with it, then I no longer do what I do with you anymore. I just leave. You know what I mean? So there's as you often say, Jen, there's levels to this shit.
So let me ask this, because I know I've even heard you say, and you could correct me if I'm wrong, but I've even heard you say that there is a woman that may exist that may make you quit polyamory. Didn't you say something like that before?
Yeah, of course, of course.
What does that woman have to do, be, smell like? Who can take F out of the polyamory game? Who is this angel that fell from heaven? Who is this woman that can get you out of the polyamory game?
I mean, she runs this little YouTube channel. She goes by On the Block with Jen. She's a little rare bone. She's from the East Coast. She keep her frame together or whatever. She a little sassy by the mouth, but ain't nobody perfect. We got some things to work on. No, but seriously, um, when
And she
I'm
got a
making
good
those,
right hook and a nice little block that will keep you that will keep you straight, soldier.
right, that'll keep me out the streets,
Right.
threaten my life enough
I don't
times
rack
a
like
day.
this. I rack like this. So I know what I'm doing.
But it's when I'm speaking like that, it's from a standpoint that the person that I'm with, our goals are so big and so grand that we really don't have time for the outside distractions. What we're trying to accomplish and achieve is so much more appealing and attractive than the fulfillment that I get from being open in love and dating. When
Ooh,
when
okay.
I can when I can imagine, like the way I imagine monogamy working for me, or just in general how I think it should work for people. You get with this person, they're accomplished, you're accomplished, they're an intellectual, you're an intellectual, y'all are busy traveling the world, y'all are busy building your empires or investing in your careers. You really don't have the time to explore these other things. especially when you're getting enough entertainment from the situation that you're in. Like everything else kind of becomes pointless, you know? So that's the way I see like monogamy coming about ultimately, anyways.
Mm.
Can I chime in on a little bit of a
You
point?
can, and that I think that's very important what you said, especially because you are polyamorous. It goes along with the topic. Can you prevent cheating? Basically,
Exactly.
you two can be on the same page with that, with those goals and that fulfillment. Then the other outside extracurricular activities that we consider cheating wouldn't happen. So I think that's a damn gem just dropped coming from someone who's polyamorous, because essentially the person that is monogamous, quote unquote, and cheating, it's really, there's something missing. That's why I'm saying you can prevent it.
And I bear witness to that, just because what I was saying and utilizing as an example is that I really personally believe that we just make bad relationship choices, and that's why we, either. And when I say that, it's not just in the person that we choose, but if we're ready for a relationship, if we're mature enough, if we've gone through the trying all the candy in the candy shop mentality, where it's like, oh well, that's butterscotch. Let me try that. Let me try the chocolate over here. Oh, let me try the vanilla. Oh, but if you try too many candies, at some point you're gonna get sick. So you have to kind of determine who you are and who you need and who's valuable to you and who can help you grow as an individual. So it's going back to what would keep brother from cheating, like he said, when he sees that he has in totality a partner that really complements him. And that's the key element that we really have to does this person complement me? And do we share the same goals? Do we have certain commonalities and certain principles? And we have to really go dive deeper into how we approach going into a relationship versus blindly going into a relationship or driving drunk while in a relationship. And when I say driving drunk, that's just meaning that we're so high on the physicality of it and the intimacy of it. And mind you, that I don't smoke, I don't drink. The only high I get is off of a female. So I ultimately, she is my breath, that my breath of life that I want to inhale. So when I have a solid partner with me, that's all I'm good. I'm good because I strive to choose a solid partnership. I strive to think through the process. So in answer to the key question and topic is, can you prevent it? Yes, you can prevent it on how you choose your partnership, how you're more thoughtful about your partnership, and not allowing the physical need or the need for companionship to be the guiding force, because that's not what's going to fulfill you at the end of the day. Oh, I just got to be with somebody. So you just choose anybody. Well, then you choose anybody and you're going to get anything that comes with that. But if you choose more strategically and you choose intelligently and you choose beyond the emotional factor has to be there. The attraction factor has to be there. So I'm not denying any of that. Sex appeal has to be there. But then you have to be smart enough and strong enough and mature enough to sit down here and discern, okay, now that these factors are here, who are you? What is your history? Who is your family? All these other things, because see, that again was what was robbed from, if we're just speaking from our community, that was what was taken from us when we were brought over here as slaves. When we were over there in Africa, you couldn't just marry any old, like, oh, you have to marry this one. This is a good family. We're going to make good family together. We're going to bring good children together. We're a warrior breed, so we're going to breed two warriors together. Like it's just or one that counter complements that individual. So these are all the thought processes that we have lost that we need to get back to. We have to go back into this determination and assessment of who is going and who am I going to, because making love, let's flip the word, let's flip the word from making love to making life, because that's what you're doing. Ultimately, sex makes people. day.
Okay.
So you really got to make a serious assessment. Do I want to make people with this person? Because if I don't want to make people with this person, you can keep it moving. Because I mean, in truth, for me, I can please myself far better than some women have ever pleased me. So then I need to really find a partner that I want to make people with and enjoy the dynamic, because when I'm in love and when I'm in like with the person, and if I like every aspect of him, and going back to that relationship, we enjoyed so many dynamics to our relationship, that we explored doing different things together, that we just, let's go tangoing, let's go, let's start doing just obscure experiences that we were just exploring together. Like, okay, why not? Because if I'm going to do it, I'd rather do it with you. So that's where the prevention comes in, because I would say this, and I'll close on this point. We had a intellectual bond. We had a bond where we communicated for quite some time before we got physical. So when we got physical, it was hot and heavy. You know what I mean? So, and it stayed that way the entire time during the relationship. And we went through dynamics and peaks and valleys of experiences that, to this day, very few can compete with.
Yeah. Salute to the lady. I'm gonna put y'all in the hot seat, but I need y'all honesty. Okay, otherwise the hot seat's gonna be lukewarm and it's gonna be boring, right? I'm gonna put y'all in the hot seat, okay? I want to know, you can be honest, because shit happens. Have any of you, probably all of you, because that's life, but have any of you gotten cheated on? And I'm talking about, you were in a committed relationship and you were under the impression this woman was going to be with you, sleep with you, be intimate with you, and she cheated, and then she gave you a reason why. Can you tell me if you were ever cheated on and what the reason the woman said for cheating? I want to know, because then it's going to be a part 2 to that question. But who here wants to share where you ever cheated on once, more than once, only once, 3, 4, 5 times? And what did the woman say? Because I want people to learn, right? Since it's just, I got guys up here, I don't have no women up here yet. I want guys listening to learn how they can prevent getting cheated on. So who wants to go first?
So the one time that I can think of where I was given a reason why the cheating happened, this chick in particular, we had a vibe all through high school. We rocked together strong. And she was just so used to me.
We lost you.
We can't hear you.
It was getting good too.
What about now? Oh, every time.
Oh, now we can hear you. We can't hear Hef. It was just getting good too. I want to know what happened. Okay, so until Hef comes back, gentlemen on the panel in the hot seats, I'm turning it up.
To my knowledge, I've never been cheated on. To my knowledge.
To your knowledge. Okay, Hef, are you back? Hef is not back. Ish, it's on you.
Yes, I've been cheated on, and I have cheated. So, so I'm a little long in the tooth. I've been around for a minute, so I've traveled on both lanes. And
so first tell me, what was the reason the woman gave you, and then tell me what was your reason for cheating, because there's always a reason. I hate when people say there's never a reason, people just cheat. I call BS. That's why I'm calling this show today.
I mean, there's always a reason, and I bear witness to that truth. There's always a reason, because there's consequences, and you always take a consideration.
Wait, before you go, Ish, I'm so sorry, but I want Hef, because Hef was right in the middle of the story.
Go ahead, Hef.
Can we hear you?
Y'all got me?
Yes.
Yeah, we got you.
Okay. All right. So my bad I cut out phone call.
Okay.
So she was saying that, well, she didn't actually say this part, but she was so used to me dealing with multiple women, and she thought like all I ever cared about was the player lifestyle. Because back in high school, I didn't even know the word polyamory. I didn't know that was a thing. I was just lying to motherfuckers. Well, I tell the truth to who I cared about, but most people got lied to. Fuck it. But so we settled down and we was talking about just being us and everything, and she ended up messing with one of her exes because, well, she told me that he was a safer option. She knew that she could trust that he wouldn't ever cheat and he would be committed to her. She just didn't see, she couldn't imagine me settling down. That just wasn't something she was willing to believe. So
Okay. So, gentlemen, see, impressions. Women are watching, y'all. I gotta address prime time. Prime time. You full of shit, bruh. I can't let you slide. He said only time I was cheated on was when I got locked up. Shorty took no time. Right when I hit the holding cell, she went to her ex. Reason is she was a hoe. No, honey, you got locked up. Come on. Come on. We're not about to do this on the block. You're not about to pull up to the block and give us the BS. We don't talk in here. No, you cannot, sir. You cannot.
Jesus Christ.
Come on. Ish, you have cheated and got cheated on. What was the reason the woman gave you for, I did this because? Let's hear it.
Finances. I wasn't strong and stable financially, so she sought and she utilized her body as a commodity to be able to, as I say, monkey bar out of a relationship. She was holding on to one and she reached over for another, and that's how But a lot of time, because that was her choices. So ultimately, that was the story that I was given. I believe that to be true. I believe that, in those circumstances, dissatisfaction brings about change. And regardless of how physical you are, if a woman's dissatisfied with certain conditions that you bring as a provider, and you have responsibilities as either a protector or provider, and you fail in some of those areas, you're going to open up the doorway for somebody to look at somebody else that said, look, babe, you ain't got to struggle with it over here. Come over here. There's money over here. There's opportunities over here. So clearly she's going to turn and look. No matter how much you put it down, if she don't have to walk around in dungarees and broke down shoes, she going to say, I'm going to try this option out,
Right.
So I, and as emotionally as it may hurt and it may bruise your ego, when you really do an honest, self-introspective look, then you got to sit down and review and seek fault in self before you seek it in others. And
so prime time, right? Say that again for prime time.
So you got to seek fault in self before you seek it in others. Okay. You got to review. Okay, you going to jail. Well, okay, first of all, and prime time, I don't know you, so don't take it personal, but good criminals don't go to jail. Bad criminals do. So you failed a crime, you got caught. The real criminals, the white collar criminals, they don't go to jail. They don't do time. Like that's what it is. So at a certain point, she's like, now you're gone. You're not there to provide or protect for her. So she's going to now look for provision and protection. And a lot of times behind the bars, cats will sit up there, and I know that. I've been behind the bars. I know what it is. The cats will sit up there and say, well, yeah, my girl is good. She ain't going nowhere. That's your ego. You can't guarantee that. You can't do nothing about that. You behind bars. You got somebody else dictating your life.
So let me keep it all the way Bronx. Okay, I'm gonna keep it all the way Bronx. All right. I was with someone who did a year and a half, and I was faithful the entire year and a half. No flirting, no nothing. The reason why I was faithful for that year and a half was because when that man was out, he took very good care of me. Okay. So we can't just expect like, oh, I'm going behind bars and this woman's going to stop her life for me. What kind of man were you when you were outside that now you're behind bars and now you want full commitment and loyalty? And if she step off, then she's a hoe. No, what were you doing outside? What did you mean to her outside. It's very possible you can, you know, get caught up, as a lot of black men do, okay, and have a woman that's faithful to you. But don't be the whole dickhead when you were free and now you behind bars and it's like, you better be faithful to me. You might as well bid that woman to do it, wish her the best, and hope she get the best, you know what I mean, peen while you in there that she can, because that's what she deserves, for putting up with you on the outside. And I'm not talking about you, Prime Time. I'm just saying in general, it's easier for a woman, I think, to be faithful should something happen where you go behind bars, if you were good to her when you was outside. And another thing is, like, humans are gonna human. Everybody likes to have sex. Maybe she's looking at that time like, ugh. But I did it for 1.5 years, so it is possible. The whole world is not doom and gloom. What's up, Chicago Rilla? Ish, did that breakup make you change anything? Were you kind of like, oh fuck, I better step my game up?
It did when I finally it did when I finally got out of my own way and decided to really look at myself. But there was a dark period where I was just, you know, I was not the man that I know I am and can be. And so, you know, there were some roadkill in between that I just hit and just didn't even look back. I mean, I'm just keeping it 100, you know.
Let me tell you, I've heard women referred to as a lot of things. First time I heard roadkill, but go ahead.
I mean, you know, it's a visual. You know, you driving, boom, and you keep going. You don't look. You know, so. But you know, you know, and that's no disrespect to women or femininity. I mean, I respect womanhood, but you know, when you're in a bad emotional and mental state, you make bad choices, and that's an unfortunate paradigm that happens with us as people. But yeah, when I really took a look at it, because you know, men think retrospectively, women think proactively generally. Not all, but some.
My sign is over there.
Right. But you know, generally you can look at that and see that that is a typical behavior pattern. So retrospectively looking at it and looking at, you know, as you're in a relation, as you're in another interaction with somebody and you're dissatisfied and you're not happy and you're just there and you're numb to the whole circumstances, it's like, why am I doing this? And you really start to look back, and then you start looking back at why did this situation end, and you know what was so good about it, what was so bad about it. And you replay things in your head. Now, the one thing that I do now is I'm also very realistic with myself. Sometimes we look back and you know, absence makes the heart grow fonder. But I also I try to dive deep in on the ugly. Let me see the ugly and see, okay, this was the bad parts of the relationship, and stay cognizant of that, because there was then still a reason why it ended. So
Right.
when you start really addressing all those truths and those self truths, you will really grow as an individual and make better decisions. Or, you know, sometimes, you know, people circle the block and be like, hey, you know, they didn't have a great time with Joe Blow over here, and they realize, you know what, you know, this was a better thing over here.
Some people spin the block. If you know, there's that, what's that song that and I'm showing my age and I don't give a fuck. You know, I don't care. That song, like, I miss you. What is it? I got a job now, baby. Oh, you know, the lotto, I hit it. I done hit it. So yeah, spinning the block is, you know. Mo says, and I'm gonna just see Primetime, you should come up here. Mo says, I won't lie, Primetime only did 2 weeks. She could have held him down. We don't know what type of boyfriend or man Primetime was to that woman. We do not know, but I know it takes two to tango. And if a woman, you were only locked down for 2 weeks and she bounced, there was issues way before you got cuffed, amigo. But
just 2 weeks? That's just two. That's just 2 episodes of Power. Come on, man. You can miss 2 episodes of Power, man. Come on, man.
He said every night in there, I had nightmares of her cheating with a dude that looked like me. One fat, another skinny, another with dreads.
Oh, God damn. He had nightmares? Woo,
hey, I hate to interrupt everybody. I do have to dip. I'm on a film set and set is wrapped. The whole crew is gone. My ride is here.
Okay, brother.
Like, bro, let's
You
go.
didn't even finish that. You didn't even finish the next question, but go ahead. I understand.
Yes, I'll try to see if I can jump into the car and we'll continue this convo.
Okay.
All right, peace.
Primetime over there copping his little side and his little plea. He ain't saying, you know what I'm saying? She couldn't have been that much of a hoe because you were in a relationship with her. So obviously there was something there. You're not telling us the whole story. I want the whole story. So Haran, I know you wanted to. I like the whole story, so I could, you know what I mean, dissect it.
Right.
I'm just like, you was locked up, and as soon as you got locked up, she was like, I'm out of here. There's more to that story. I need to know. Okay. She had that monkey bar, like Ish said that she monkey barred out of that relationship, meaning there was something wrong with the first monkey bar.
I mean, you know, sometimes you can't wait for the car to break down so you have an excuse to replace it. Not saying that's what happened.
That's true.
Not saying that's what happened.
That's true. I mean, listen, it happens. So Haran, what did you want? See, okay, well, look at this. He said she prostituted herself in Louisiana before we met.
I don't understand. What does that have to do with anything?
I don't know. Maybe he expected to be Mother Teresa.
Well, if that was the case, then wait. Prime time. If that was the case, then why did you get with her in the first place? Were you cool with that? I mean, if she had a particular background of I mean, flowing a certain way, you were shocked that she went AWOL the moment that you went to jail. Prime time, you could have went to court for 30 minutes and she probably would have went AWOL on you, bro. Like, let's just call it what it is.
Women that prostitute themselves. Shout out to the sex workers. I hope y'all are safe tonight. You know, women that prostitute themselves, I think they just view life a certain type of way, because I think it's a woman's absolute lowest point and last resort. And once you get to the point where you can sell vagina, like relationships, I don't think are going to be a priority, or being loyal or faithful are not going to be your priority. Your priority is going to be, how do I get this money? I know how to get this money the way I've been getting it, right? So I wouldn't expect her to wait 24 hours. You know what I mean? It was probably like, shit, one of my resources is gone, on to the next.
That's probably what she said, man. Like, I don't know, that's 2 episodes of Power. I don't know if I can do that. 2 weeks.
2 weeks. I found out what she was drinking one night. So back to you, Haran, back to what you were saying.
Yes.
Kristen says, shout out to the OnlyFans. So what you were saying about the I know you had mentioned the sex part of a relationship, and I was saying that even then, what you had missed was, I said even then you can be make sure that you tell your significant other that you are open to experimenting in different things. But what people do is they try to turn people off to what it is that they potentially want, so that the person could be afraid of, you know, going that route, when what you're doing really is shutting them down and pushing them away for them to go on that adventure with somebody else, instead of saying, hey, I'm open, let me know what it is, I'm here for you. You know what I mean? You can tell me whatever it is, even if it makes me uncomfortable. I have to be the one that you say that to, because if you notice, a lot of the people that cheat is like these secret, you know what I'm saying, situations and secret things that they do sexually with other people that they can't do with the people that they vowed the forever with and vowed to be married with. So I think that's a dangerous situation when you're in a relationship and you become a prude and you're verbally a prude. Meanwhile, this guy is on, you know, Pornhub or fantasizing about his coworker because he knows at home, you know, it's prude mode, it's prude gear over there. So I was saying that's also a way that you could prevent cheating, sexual cheating, right? Because you said it gets stale. It can get stale after a while. So I was thinking that's a way.
I have to ask you for. I'd love to put you on the hot seat after you're done.
Put me in the hot seat.
You ready?
I'm ready. Let's go.
Okay. Well, okay. Let's explore this. It's 9:47 on a Friday night.
It's only 6:08, so I'm good to go.
Okay, it's everyone in here is a grown person.
We're all grown. Everybody watching is grown.
Let's talk some real stuff right now.
Let's talk some real stuff. Now, if it's something you don't deny, I'm going to skip. But go ahead, shoot your shot.
What happened?
I said if it's something I cannot confirm or deny, then I'll pass. But go ahead. Let's see.
Hey, I'm just putting this out there. You know what I mean? Okay, so all right. Let's just say scenario wise for the
Yes.
guys in the chat, for the gentlemen watching. Okay,
Yes.
what if your girl, you know, she gains certain proclivities, and I don't know, she wants to be handcuffed and tied and put on a sex swing. Are you willing to do that? Suggesting that you've never done that before. Is that a level of kink that somebody's fine with? Would you
Are you
do that
asking?
if he wanted you? I'm asking the men. Are they? You know what I'm saying? I mean, what if one day she comes after you and says, "I fantasize about being tied up and handcuffed and put on a sex swing"?
Okay, so to the guys watching, if you want to answer
Yeah.
that question, right?
Yes, to the guys in the chat. To the guys in the chat.
The guys in the
Could you?
chat who have a lot to say.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I'm asking right now. Don't worry, I'm going to get to the ladies in a second. I'm going to
Okay.
get to the ladies. You know what I
So
mean?
Haran is challenging the gentleman in the chat. If you had a woman who decided, because she heard it somewhere, saw it somewhere, her friend told her she did it, wanted to just all of a sudden out the blue, has never been experimental sexually, and decided one day she wants a sex swing. And she wants to have sex with a sex swing on a sex swing. Are you guys down with that? Are you going to be nervous about it? Are you going to question where she heard it?
She wants to get bondage, and bondage is involved. Bondage
and tied up and all that other yummy stuff. How would you really feel ego-wise, right? How would you really feel? Would you be down with it if you could be honest?
Okay, you said yummy, Jen. All right, so I guess I know where you stand. So let's see
Well,
what these
no,
guys
I'm just saying. I watched 50 Shades of Grey. It was
Okay.
yummy. The movie was yummy. So Tristan says let's swing. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Prime Time says let's swing. Creston Wiz says
cuffs.
of course. Kendall says I'm with whatever she is with as long as she ain't talking about penetrating me.
Okay, and
Men are
all
definitely
right.
afraid of penetration. Why y'all so afraid of penetration?
Anyway, okay, so
if she wants a little bondage and rough play, I got it covered. So I don't know. The men are saying yes. Yeah. I hope
what if
y'all
she wants to bring in another guy?
Let's up the ante. What if your woman wants to bring up another guy? Primetime said, what?
Yeah.
You know, that's a fantasy a lot of women have. And you guys run from it.
What if she wants to go to a swingers club?
Okay, so JT says, I must not be doing my job if she want a swing. See, that's a big mistake. That's a big mistake. That's not what that means, JT. That's not what that means. No, that's not what that means. But you see, this attitude right here will get you cheated on. You're not doing your job. If she wants to swing, I must not be doing my job. That attitude right there, I'm sorry, honey. That will get you cheated on because that's not what that means. Because we change all the time. We're forever evolving and changing. And she may just have heard that or seen it or read in a woman's magazine. And now she wants to experiment and do it. It really has nothing to do with you. You have to understand that we go through a lot of phases and has everything to do with us and nothing to do with you, nothing to do with the significant other. So are you willing to take that trip with them? Are you willing to go on that journey with them? Because that has nothing to do with you and everything to do with the individual. So we have to be careful about that, because if you're saying, well, if you put it on yourself, like, oh, I'm not doing my job, then you're breaking communication with that other person, and they're gonna be like, okay, well, then he's not the one to bring it to.
Okay, last question. What if she wants to bring in another woman?
Gentlemen, what if she wants to bring in another woman? I don't think any guy would say no. All the guys would be like, yeah. I love that, Kendall. That's so true. I love that. Your relationship has to be at a certain level that surpasses sex. I agree. Because if it surpasses sex, then you guys could talk about anything. So I agree with that. JT says, now if we've been together over 10 years, then yeah, but the beginning stages is fireworks. I'm with the other woman all day. Of course, you guys are with the other woman.
Okay, El Doctrine about, he says another woman, no. And you know what? I actually believe El Doctrine. I actually believe this guy.
Monogamous relationships, strictly monogamous. But I don't know if he's kidding or not.
I don't think he's capping. I actually believe El Doctrine.
You don't have to pull out a little cap for El Doctrine. You think he's for real right now?
Nah, I think he's for real. I have that kind of feeling about this guy. Now he might have some things in other areas that he might be capping in, but I have a feeling he's on point with this. Now, Jen, you know, I mean, now of course, let's get to putting you on the hot seat officially. Okay, Jen, what if your dude, says one day he wants you to penetrate him, he wants you to go get the strap? Would you look at him differently after he says something like that?
Okay, so the strap, right? Here's the thing. If I was with a man,
mm-hmm.
he wanted like some booty play, and we were just like freaks like that together, like we were a freak of all freaks, and it's like I do anything to you and you do anything to me. Yeah, I'm play with his butt for sure. But the strap on to me is very significant, in my opinion. I've never worn a strap on. Maybe the studs could qualify the statement. But I think a strap on to me is more physically and mentally, you're really getting dick in the ass, right? So I think that's different than booty play and eating groceries. So yes, that would make me look at him a little different. But I can't say yay or nay. It depends. I can't say no. I would
really?
absolutely. Yeah, I can't say yay or nay because I'm telling you, listen, it depends on the relationship and how free you are in that relationship with that person and what that person wants to experience with you. But I just think that the strap-on situation, it's a bit extra for my taste because it's very just physically and mentally, there's a dick going in my ass. Right. And he may be a little more bisexual maybe than he wants to admit. So I would look at him differently in a sense of maybe you're gay, honey, or maybe you're bisexual. And what I don't want to do is be with a bisexual man. You get it? Like, I don't mind being with a freak. Okay, we could play with the buttholes and the armpits and the earlobe. We could play all day, all night. But that's like, in my opinion, it's a homosexual act.
Exactly.
So I'll look at him different in the sense of maybe you want to explore homosexuality, and I can be with a freak. I can't be with a bisexual man or a homosexual man.
Gotcha. Now, just to clarify for those in the chat, no, Mo, that's not my thing. I'm open to pretty much anything as long as there's nothing going inside of me. You know what I mean? I don't do that. I don't even like fingers close to my motherfucking ass. Like, seriously, I'll stop mid-stroke. Like, hey, where you going? Where you going? You know. But a reason why I asked this question is because I've had women who were married, and they came to me, they presented to me this question, and they said, hey, my husband, he wants to try this out. I don't know what to do. And they had the same qualms that you had, and I was like, ugh. And they were older people. They were people in their close to their 40s. And like I said, as people get older, they want to try some stuff and so on. I didn't tell her like, well, you leave him, and like I told her like, that's really on you, man. You know what I mean? What you do, what you choose to do. But the whole point is that I think that we underestimate, what I mean, these kinds of scenarios when we're dealing with our partners. Like, hey, I mean, what if they do come to you and say they want this or want that? And to your point, Jen, hey, somebody somebody might be struggling with something internally, and they know that they can't bring that to you. So what do? They might go out and cheat.
Yep.
What I mean? They might go out and cheat. They might want to try certain things. Now, this brings me to my point. What I
Mo,
mean, as
you
I
know I'm gonna tell
segue,
it, Mo. Mo, you know I'm gonna tell it.
what I mean, this brings me to my point to answer your question.
Mm.
Yes, I'm pretty sure this was going to be the second question. Yes, I've cheated before.
Yes.
And I cheated because well, firstly, I to flat out to say that I struggle with monogamy. I've always have, what I mean, I have tried it a few times, and it just really didn't sit too well with me. In other relationships where I was monogamous, no, I did not cheat. But in one of my monogamous relationships, I did cheat. Um, when I was in these particular monogamous situations, I just really felt boxed in.
Mm-hmm.
I just really just felt boxed in, and it just didn't real feel natural for me.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What I mean? And once the time when I actually, cheated,
Mm-hmm.
after that, after I did it, what I mean, the relationship that I was in, it didn't work out. But after I did it, then I began to question my ideas about monogamy. And I began to ask myself, well, is that me? Is that
Right.
really me? Or am I just kind of just complying and going along with the social construct? And if I'm doing that, then I'm doing myself a disservice.
Mm-hmm.
It might not be me, or it just for right now it's not me. And I mean, it's like, will it ever be me? I don't know. But I think people need to have those conversations with themselves before they get involved with anyone.
So
Because
let
a
me ask
lot of
you, are you willing to accept and move forward as someone who's polyamorous?
yes.
Okay.
Now don't think I didn't just see that you just basically put the moniker of polyamory on me before I even admitted or had the chance to even admit. See, like I'm saying, y'all gotta watch her. You have to watch her. You
No,
have
I
to
think that's great. Let me tell you, I applaud you. I seriously do, because I applaud anyone who's like, you know what, this is not me. And I don't even know why it's been
right.
put on me. I just know when I do it, I'm not all the way comfortable. And I think more people need to do that. Ask themselves, why am I in this relationship? Why am I about to get married? What are these vows about forever? I'm still interested in other women when I'm with this one woman I love, or I'm still interested in other men when I'm with this one guy I love. I think it's
Mhm.
important that we have these conversations with ourselves before we pull other people into our conditioning, because a lot of it is conditioning. So I applaud you. Let me tell you, I applaud polyamorous people. Although it's not my lifestyle, I think I'm in that very tiny percentage you spoke about that is monogamous, depending on who I'm with, because I've been in some
Mhm.
relationships where I'm like, yeah, you're not all the way it. And I'm interested, when I go to work, this guy is more interesting than you.
Mhm.
Or when I go to the gym, this
Mhm.
guy is more interesting than you. But it was only when I was with men that I wasn't completely fulfilled with. When I'm completely fulfilled, I am
Right.
one and done, and it's me and that other person, to the point where if I'm not satisfied with something, I'm going to tell him. I'm not going to tell my girlfriends. I'm not going to call my
Right.
mama. I'm going to tell
Right.
him, I didn't like how you did that. I don't like how this feels. Who that bitch over there? Why you know what I mean? It's like he's going to hear it from me first.
Okay. Okay. Another question though, I wanted to ask you. I don't think I, I mean, it was ever really clarified. Were you ever in a situation where, as the relationship progressed, the guy sprung a particular proclivity on you that he didn't have before?
No. For the most part, I think men are like, in my experience, just my experience, men are very monotone. Like they're simple. They're simple creatures. You know what I mean? Blow them spontaneously every now and then, have their dinner cooked, have their laundry done, have the house clean, be pretty. Men are pretty simple, in my opinion. Now, of course, you got freaks that it's like, yeah, I always want something different. What's good, right? But in my experience, I've managed to pick guys that are pretty simple guys, right? They're not thugs. They're not, you know, out in the world where they're pretty. My resume, you would look at it and be like, oh my God, these are just like regular, normal guys, right? So and I think I choose that way very purposely because I don't want drama. I don't like drama. And the problems I've had with men were mostly financial. It wasn't cheating. It wasn't being disrespectful, blatantly disrespectful. Like there's certain things that they did that I deemed as disrespect, and I had to let them know. But you know, I've had problems with men like that, or they weren't up to par sexually. But for the most part, the men that I've dated are very just regular guys, just normal guys. You know what I mean? Really cool, normal guys. No one with a huge, large personality that's like overbearing or anything like that. So I haven't. So those type of guys aren't like, you know, in 2 years gonna be like, hey, let me stick these beads up your I haven't, but I'm young yet. I'm almost 50 and young yet. So I don't know what I'm gonna run into. But you know,
I mean, this is the time.
Hey, I'm looking forward to it. Bring it, bring the world on. Bring it. I'm ready. You know what I'm saying? I'm here for it. I really, really am. But yeah, I haven't had a guy spring anything crazy on me. If anything, it was the other way around, where I was kind of like, hey, I saw today in the movie.
What kind of movie?
Right? It's usually me saying like, hey, have you ever had sex at gunpoint? Like I'm that girl, right? So I'm usually the one scaring guys. I'm usually the one scaring guys because I choose like regular guys, and a couple of times I've suggested things.
Wait 1 second. Wait 1 second. Have you ever done that?
Done what?
Sex at gunpoint.
I cannot confirm nor deny.
Okay, then no problem at all. I just
I'm saying though,
that's a very ladies and gentlemen, that's a very New York answer, just to let you guys know. That's how we answer each other when we don't want to answer each other, but we answered each other. That's like, okay, no problem. I got you.
Listen, opposites attract, and I'm a very intense human being. Tristan, no, I wasn't a pimp, but I thought about it when I moved out to Nevada. But no, and not a pimp, just brothel, because they're legal out here in Nevada. But no, I was never a pimp.
Yes,
right. So no, I'm usually the nut that will bring like an idea up, and because I date very normal guys, the guys will be like, "You want me to what?" And I'm like, "It'll be fine. It only hurt for a little while."
Right. Well, I mean.
I like variety. Like I tell you guys, even like running this channel, I like variety. I can't talk about the same thing every night. I like variety. I like fun. I like, you know, the shows I got coming up are crazy. You're gonna be like, where did she find this person? You know, but I like variety, and that's how you keep me interested. Unfortunately, the same reason I like guys is the same reason I get bored at them, because you know they're normal guys, but I like normal guys. I like being the nut in the relationship. I don't want nut is volcano and tornado, and it's disastrous. I just like balance. You know what I mean? But I'll never. Somebody said I turn dudes out. I do not. I would never try something on a man or experiment with something on a man that's going to have me looking at him different the next morning.
Right. I think I'm more so I think I'm more normal now than I was previously in my life. You know, I can in comparison to where I was, I can say I'm somewhat normal.
Tristan said, Jen be like, it's not a real bullet. I shaved it down, put on these cuffs. Yeah, it's blanks and there's safety on guns. Well, not on my Glock. There's no safety on it. So, you know.
I mean, hey,
won't use my gun.
Look, if you see it, it's too late. It's already too late.
It's already too fucking late. You know what I'm saying?
Seeing it's already too late.
I would never, you know what I mean, I like pushing to see how far I can take you, but I would never do something that's have me looking at you funny the next day, like, yo, you let me put the whole bottle in your ass. Like, you could have stopped me. You could have stopped me, right? I would never do anything like that. I would never want to, you know, do that, especially if it's somebody I care about. Like, I got to see you the next day. You know what
I mean,
like,
I'm a firm believer. I'm a firm believer in you can you know explore, but there's got to be some boundaries, man. There's got to be some boundaries. You know what I mean? Where it's just like, because if there's no boundaries, it's like, whoa.
There has to be
right.
trust. Like, I got you, you got me. There has to be trust. Like the whole gun thing. There's a picture of Miguel, the singer, with one of the chicks that was in his music video, and there's a picture that he has. You probably Google it, where it's like he's pointing a gun at her and she's pointing a gun at him, and it looks so cute and intimate. And I was like, that shit's sexy. It's sexy. You know what I mean? There's danger.
Oh yeah, I remember you posted that one time before on
you
your
remember
Facebook
I posted that? This was years ago.
I remember you posting that. I remember you posting that. I mean, you were still on my feed, even though we had an argument, you know what I mean, and you still show up and I'll be like, oh yeah, she's just being Jen. You know what I mean, you know, and whatever. But I remember, yeah, you posted that. You posted that.
Yes, I have.
It did look sexy. It did.
Yeah, it did. So it's like, you know, you got to have full trust with the person you're with, to where it's like when you bring something up, they're not going to look at you like you crazy. Unfortunately, I've been in certain situations where men have been like, I don't want to do that. I'm afraid to do that. And I'm like, oh, fuck. Well, somebody's
Prom Time said, Jen, where were you at when I was with that hoe? I don't know, homie.
Probably in a relationship, because I've been in relationships for years, like an 11-year relationship, a 13-year relationship. I've been in relationships a lot for my entire life. A big part of my life has been in very committed monogamous relationships, which is why when people hear me now, I'm like, I don't want to know nothing about nobody's marriage. I don't want to know. For me, I love marriage for other people, but for me, it's just I've been there, done that. I dedicated a lot of my life to loving and caring for someone, and I'm just like, I'm cool now. Jen is happy now. And I don't care what you're doing, long as you're happy, whether it's married, single, monogamous, polyamorous, long as you're happy, genuinely happy, not self-medicating with vagina and penis, or avoiding relationships because you're bitter. I'm not talking about that, because some people avoid relationships because they're bitter and don't want to be hurt. That's not healthy either. But if you're genuinely content and happy, then do you. Like, fuck who's telling you, you're not married, you're supposed to be married, or you're supposed to be like, listen, nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with me. Your beliefs have none of my business. But you have to be, going back to, you have to be open to prevent cheating. You have to be open to experimenting. You have to be open to at least hearing your significant other out, whatever that fantasy may be. And I'm talking about sexually, because there's other ways to prevent cheating, but I'm talking about specifically sexually. Like, just be open, right? Don't put yourself in danger. But be open. Suki Tawana G.
Hey, boo. What's up, Haran?
What
y'all doing over here?
Haran got me spilling my beans. My Goya beans.
I was trying to listen, but then I was trying to tune in. So go ahead and finish.
He got me.
I done found out. You know what I mean? She got a Glock with no safety on it or whatever. Like, so
you didn't get her to spill her beans. He didn't ask you all your secrets, girl. He didn't got you to
listen. If I'm out with Jen and shit pop off, I'm gonna give Jen the nod. Like, look, sugar, make it do what it do real quick.
First of all, Jen giving y'all too many jewels today. She breaking all kind of girl code. Y'all know the real. Like, she telling y'all for sure. Like, this is what women think. And I was listening to a lot.
Okay, so can I? All right. So to be fair, can I break a? Do I break a guy code right now?
You gotta break a guy code. I broke girl code. Break guy code.
Okay, so what you want to ask me? What you want to ask me? I gotta break a guy code. Don't ask me nothing too crazy, man. I gotta still see some of these guys on the YouTube streets, man. You know what I'm saying, man? I can't. I gotta show my face out here.
What's a good one? So I don't know if y'all saw Mary J. Blige comment, and she was basically, you saw it, Huron?
No, I didn't.
You
What
didn't?
was it about?
Okay, so she was talking about her marriage and stuff like that, but she basically was saying that in her lifetime, she's never seen a man who's been in a relationship, marriage that's been faithful. And she said that she just doesn't believe that that is ever like that could ever happen, and that's that a man can really truly do that.
Ooh, I wish Ish would come back because
yeah, I would love to hear Trisha. I know he got some good stuff to say about it. So, Haran, I guess my question is, like, have you yourself ever just been faithful in a relationship, right? And I know that it's good, like a year is okay, it's easy to be faithful after a year, but let's talk about a relationship that you've been in for 3 years or more, right? Have you just ever been faithful, and do you think that most men will cheat regardless? Because you're gonna be breaking guy code if you answer this question. So I'm curious, like, how you feel about that.
I really shouldn't have said that.
Haran, like, oh no.
I really kind of fucked up. Man. Okay, all right.
JT,
okay.
to answer the question, like,
you know what? I'm gonna put it out there. You know, what I mean, for me, first of all, I'm gonna answer the former section of the question. Okay, to be clear, I've been in more situations than I've actually been in relationships. To be clear, and the reason why I did that, because I could get away with it.
They didn't require you to. They didn't require you to be like committed to them. Is basically what you're saying.
At the time, no. Okay. And anytime those kind of conversations came up, suddenly I had something to do.
Oh, shush, Tristan. Tristan,
I'm laughing at Tristan. He's so stupid.
Don't worry. Once the smoke clears, I'll be the only one battle scarred. I won't.
Listen,
I won't break too much guy code.
You said you're gonna break. I won't break
too much guy code. I won't break too much guy code. If anything, I'll put my name on the line. I'm pretty sure Anna's probably watching this.
Right here, listen. What Ill Doctrine said. Now, this is some sexy shit, and I could vouch. Okay. He says some women are excited by men who are capable of great violence, but not to them. Some men capable of great violence love these women deeply. That's what I'm talking.
Okay, look, I'll put it out there. Okay, I'll continue to put it out there so we can be clear on what kind of guy that I my background is, and I guess you can make your own decisions. I'm gonna see Anna after this, just and she's probably gonna be like, "See, I knew it. I knew you were a piece of shit."
At least you had to be on it.
Anyway, when I was younger, this kind of started out when I was a kid.
Okay.
When I was younger, when I was about daycare age, one of the things that I did, when I was around daycare age, I used to do this thing. You know what I mean? Before daycare I was age? Yeah, around daycare age, man. Not 1 or 2. You know what I mean? Like 4 or 5. Like I had a single mother. You know.
What on earth did you do back then? I gotta hear this.
Okay, I gotta hear who you was cheating with at 4 or 5.
Oh no! I'm gonna tell you where all this. I'm gonna tell you where all this kind of started from. Okay. Before I went there, I told my mom, "Hey, I want to gather a whole bunch of flowers to bring to all the girls at the daycare."
What's up, Shannon?
So what I would do is I'd gather a whole bunch of flowers, and when I get there, I'd give one to every girl in there. And when I saw all the responses between all the little girls and all the adult women, and I was like, "Hey, this is kind of cool."
Play.
This is kind of cool. So after that, I started saying, okay, what if I give a little compliment here and give a little compliment there, and little thing here, and carry some books there when I'm in my teens and yada yada. Ask a few questions here. So yeah, by the time I was like, by the time I was 15, I was out here.
So you were the juice box. You were the juice box poppy in the daycare.
Yes, I was. Yes, I was.
So Haran is saying that all men are gonna cheat at some point in their life.
No, I didn't say that.
That's what he said.
That's
what he's saying.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Now, I would say this. I'm saying this to say.
Okay.
I'm saying this to say that, I was pretty much kind of conditioned to kind of like do kind of what I wanted and get away with certain things, you know what I mean, with women. So there wasn't a foot on my neck for me to say like, yeah, you got to be faithful. You got to do this. You got to do that. It was like, nah, it was just like, hey, everybody's kind of okay with me having different situations. So why fuck this great thing that I have up? Now, as I got older, I was like, nah, this is kind of what I wanted to do. And having multiple women is just too damn expensive. See, that was the huge catalyst that kind of made me slow down. It was getting too expensive. Yes, it was getting too expensive. So it was just like, hey, that's
too expensive. So you just not gonna do it.
But it's a great point. That's why wealthy men, right? They say that the more options, the more chances you're gonna cheat, is because they can afford to deal with all these women.
And that's it. And that's it. And as I got older and my own appetite, I started saying to myself like, oh no, I'm gonna be burning to way too much cash per week. You know what I mean? Because I had to slow things down. No, because I was doing like maybe 2-3 dates a week at one point in time. And I don't do cheap dates. I like taking girls out, man. I like having a nice time, and pretty girls ain't cheap.
You about to have your DMs buzzing. Like, stop it.
You know what I mean? Oh no,
they were like, ooh, he take on good days.
Oh no, the bank account is closed, baby. I gotta put that out there right now. Anyway, but to answer the latter part of your question, if men eventually cheat, not all but some. And I will leave it at that.
Is it most? Is it most?
I do not have the statistical information. Maybe you can get Anna on the phone real quick. Maybe she has the stats on that.
I'm sure Anna had the stats.
Maybe she has the stats on that. I don't have
I would say, I'm gonna go out on a limb here. I would say most. I would say most, only because statistics even show, even though statistics can be shaky, but when you interview a lot of people, because what percentage did you say, Haran, of people are monogamous? Didn't you have a percentage earlier?
See, like I said, man, it's just the 3 called Molly hand. I ain't say nothing about a percentage of people.
So it wasn't you?
Was that? Oh, was that? Maybe that was.
Maybe it was half then.
Mm-hmm.
I think most people personally can they have no problem agreeing to monogamy, not necessarily saying they're monogamous. I think most people have no problem agreeing to it. Now, do I think that most people are into other things? I think that a lot of people are into a lot of other things. I think that just like college isn't for everybody, marriage isn't for everybody, everything that we celebrating holidays isn't for everybody. Just like, everything that we try to push onto people and say that, hey, this is what you need to follow, this is what you need to do, blah, 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 so on and so forth. And I understand the pragmatism behind it. There must be structure in the society. Okay. Right. We can't have everybody doing their own thing. Because if we got everybody doing their own thing, then it's kind of like, then what direction are we going in? So for the sake of the of society and so on and so forth, yes, I will say yes. Marriage is an important component. Yes, monogamy is an important component for the sake of the species, for the sake of relationships and so on and so forth. It is better and it makes sense for only two people to walk down a particular path alone. To live my lifestyle or the lifestyle of Hef, no, that's not going to be in the best interest of the species. And I will say this, and if you can do the knowledge and history on it, monogamy, yes, this is a man-made construct. And the construct was created in the interest of ensuring that our society moved forward. There was some sort of structure that everybody wasn't out here willy-nilly and, grabbing them, pieces of peen and pieces of puss, I'm hearing, whatever, and doing, and doing, just a tip. And, everybody wasn't out here just basically just being animals, and that again, to the point of that, I will also say that, yes, I do believe that the Bible is important. I'm agnostic, but I do believe the Bible is important. Because at the end of the day, the Bible just basically tells you, hey, don't be an asshole, eat right, and mind your business. That's pretty much kind of what's the whole point of it. And yes,
it's
at
like
the end
the
of the day,
foundation
most people,
to help guide
right,
you.
And most people need structure. Most people need to be told,
That's
do
why
not do this.
That's why I said earlier,
Don't
I
do
am
this.
an atheist who recommends religion.
Yes, and
That's
most
why
people
I
need to be
said,
told this and not to
But
do
what's
that.
interesting about you, Jen, is you date like the most extreme religious people. Like,
I
Oh, she does?
even though you're like not interested in religion, you date the most extreme of it, like the most disciplined,
the most
the most disciplined men, the most extreme. So
Oh,
to
and
some degree, you like the structure of that,
wanted
or
to answer your
because I'm for whatever keeps you being a decent human being.
Right. Exactly.
And if that's religion, then please be faithful to that. If that is what's keeping, I personally don't need that, not to cheat. I'm a very blunt person. I've told people, in relationships, like, you're doing this wrong. I don't like this. I'm telling you, fix it or don't. It's up to you. And then when I'm in another relationship, they're like, oh, you cheated. No, I told you. I told you repeatedly, right? I wouldn't hide behind religion and then go cheat and then come back and say, well, only God can judge me. And we're made of flesh. And I'm not that person. JT, are you late? JT said you can't prevent cheating because you can't control people. People are going to do what they want at the end of the day. That is true. I said that. I'm talking about the healthy relationships and marriages where sometimes you're just slacking, and you can prevent someone from cheating if you just pay attention to your significant other. Yeah. So that's what I'm talking about. I know some people are going to cheat no matter what. And then there's levels to cheating. And there's a lot of things people consider cheating. I don't consider cheating. Like I said, cheating to me is the ultimate, the penetration, the planning and plotting to go see that person and scheme and stuff like that. That, in my opinion, that's what cheating is. You can have your own version of it.
All right, I'm gonna tell y'all another thing too. I'm gonna tell y'all another thing to piggyback off the point that I was trying to finish. Okay, there's a saying amongst men.
Oh,
you get the woman that you get the woman that you can afford.
Right.
I don't like how that. Hold up. I don't like how that sound because I've been with broke guys and rich guys. What you trying to say?
By choice.
You've been with broke guys, Jen?
Oh my God!
By choice, though. By choice, Jen. Don't. Let's not.
You have a point.
Let's not paint this. Let's not paint this. Okay.
Jen, she ain't have to be with no broke.
Exactly. Like, sweetie,
she was just
let's
let me try.
You chose to jump in the Pinto, boo boo. You chose to jump in the Pinto.
Well, Pinto, try the subway. Try the bus.
It was so funny.
Jesus.
I was in my 20s and I was like standing on the bus stop, and this man drove up, and his motor was so loud, right? It was like, and he was
Jesus
like,
Christ.
he was trying to get my number, and I was like, I can't hear you. Your motor is too loud. And he thought I was like trying to take a dig at him, but I was serious. I'm like, your motor loud as shit. I can't hear you. I don't know what you're saying. Like, he was trying to get my number. He drove out like mad. I think he called me. I think he called me a bitch, but he.
But to put it to the point that you're saying right there, Jen, it was based on choice. And men, you know what I mean? Men, the way that nobody really wants to admit this. No one wants to admit this, but this is the core issue that a lot of us don't want to admit, and we're not talking about. Okay. The corny dudes don't really have choices. So they kind of have to be nice guys. They kind of have to be.
You saying money makes men into assholes?
No.
Corny dudes. He said corny.
Oh, corny. Okay.
You know, I mean, I will say this. You know, money for some men, not even for some men, but money for men, it does open up the door of access for us.
Some men.
You have you do have a chance at more choices when you are more affluent. I mean, you damn sure, you know, I mean, have a lot more.
Spending it, yeah.
You know what I mean?
There's some millionaire matchmakers, because what they say is that, because if they're really weird, they have a hard time finding women, even when they're millionaires, even when they have money.
I've seen shows like that where
and there's actually statistics about
that is true.
It's about men who have lots of money and wealth, and they have a hard time connecting with women, finding women.
Well, you can't teach a game. You can't teach a game, man.
I mean, they can hire prostitutes and stuff like that, but they don't want that, right? They want a natural connection with a woman. And
well, most awkward dudes can't do one thing. Even to save their lives, they can't do one thing, and I guarantee you, and all of them can't do one thing. They can't tell a joke.
And that's
they
important.
Can't tell a joke. They can't tell a joke, and they can't tell a humorous story.
Yeah.
They can't tell you an interesting story. So an interesting person. Exactly. Like most interesting people, they can do things like, everybody knows that one guy who has all the greatest stories, who has all the illest stories. Like, oh man, this guy's so interesting. He has all these amazing stories, and he's you know what I mean, and you know what I mean, you know, say this person is interesting. Right, exactly. You say this person is interesting because the way that they're telling stories is like, okay, this person is experienced. This person has experienced a degree of life and can share ideas with you that you might not have experienced before. A lot of guys who are awkward or socially awkward, they have no concept of being humorous. They have no concept of being down to earth and so on and so forth or whatever. You know, so they can't really, you know, sit down and relate. Like me personally. Like I can go to any hood and relate to anybody, but I can also go into a board, you know what I mean, in any room at MIT and have discussions about, you know what I mean, have discussions about algorithms and data structures and so on and so forth. You know what I mean? I have, you know what I mean, I'm versatile that way. Yeah. A lot of awkward guys, they don't work on their personality. And that's the problem with the manosphere. They don't really work on, a lot of these guys don't really work on their personality. So they work on like, yeah, I'm gonna go to the gym. I'm gonna go, you know, get some money. I'm gonna do everything on the surface level. Yeah, but you're still a fucking doofus.
Yeah, because
you don't know how to
I've seen a lot of that in the manosphere. I love what Mo said. She said it's the insecurities. It's hard to like an insecure man. And I've seen men with money who are just as insecure as the potbelly dudes. Okay?
I'm sure.
Money does not cure insecurities. The same thing with women. Like we see the women that get the huge big fake asses and the huge big boobs, and they're insecure as hell. And it's annoying to me when I meet a man and he's constantly like questioning, what do you think about me? What do you think about this? You think what did that person mean when they said that to me? Or what? That shit is a turn off when you have no sense of self and no confidence. And I noticed that in the manosphere, like these dudes, they started working out now. And I'm like, but you're still a doofy.
Yeah.
Like you're
Right,
still
right.
a doofy.
Like I know a dude, fat dude. Like when I say like fat, I'm not talking about he's kind of chunky. You know, I mean this nigga's a fat dude.
Like
Like he's a
600
biggie
pounds.
fat.
Like 600 pounds.
No, that's an obese dude. That's the shit that you see on reality network.
600 pounds.
That's a nigga who he don't even be in the back seat. He be on the back of the truck. He be,
Right.
you know what I
Like
mean, and shit like
in
that.
a trailer attached or something.
Right, exactly. You know what I mean? No, I know a fat dude, you know what I mean? And this cat, he dresses fly, the whole 9 yards. Interesting dude. He's into finance, can tell a joke. He got chicks. That dude got chicks, man. I've seen him
Well, you
pull
know,
chicks.
Biggie had chicks. Biggie, listen.
I mean, yo, man, like, you know,
he had money. Don't get me wrong. He had money, but he actually had women who was like crazy in love with him.
And I know one dude who this dude is corny. And you know, he came to New York. He was a Southern guy. He came to New York. He tried to, you know, run his little jokes or whatever. He came from Arkansas, and he came to New York, and he said, yeah, man, you know, he tried to, you know, tell me he tried to spit his shit to a couple of females in New York, and they said he didn't like the fact that they were aggressive and shit like that, and he shot his shot, and they basically shot him down. I was like, yeah, because you're fucking corny. You came in there with your little preacher boy, you know what I mean? You know, I'm from good old Arkansas out there. You know what I mean? And you didn't,
Yeah.
but guess what though? This guy was like 6'3". He, you know what I'm saying? He was in shape. He had all of the things that you would assume that the manosphere says that, oh yeah, all you need is those things. And he came to New York and got washed. Because
let me speak on Arkansas, okay?
All right.
Break first.
All right.
Thank you so much. He says, for people who may be interested in exploring introductory kink, bondage, shibari, naughty boys are a resource for beginners and have material on YouTube. Naughty boys. That's interesting. Let me moment.
Doctrine is
that's
actually,
like what's that like
is actually right.
What is the shades of gray? That's like that type of thing.
Yeah,
you know, he's saying. Okay,
let me write that down and check them out later. So
funny.
I was with a guy from Arkansas who was pretty square, but and I loved it. I loved the whole being square from down south, because it's not New York. It's so opposite of New York. And people have always accused me and think that I've dated like the thugs with the Timberlands that claps his hand and stomps his boots when he's talking. I've never been into that guy. I've never been into that. And even people I've dated have felt like, oh, I know I'm not your type. I'm like, you are still my type. Yeah, I don't like that guy. Yeah, I'm saying, you know what I'm saying? I am that guy. Why would I want that guy? Why would I want that guy?
I couldn't imagine. Y'all would be like, y'all would be like Bonnie and Clyde. Y'all would be
a mess. It would be a mess. So if you're like from down south, if you're like just even, you know what I mean? I like a nice balance to my chaos. Okay, I'm the type, I come home like, I come sliding in the house, throwing things around, like, yo, blasting the music, like, yeah, let's get it. You know what I mean? And so I need a guy that's going to be like, what? What are you doing now?
That's
that balance.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
That.
And he went to the Arkansas dude. He was hurt by the fact that he got washed out of New York. So he moved to Brazil.
Where?
He moved to Brazil.
Oh wow! He said, "I'm out."
He moved out the whole country.
He said he was tired of American women and so on and so forth. Look, man, you don't get any props if you run out of America, and you say that you're in another country and you're actually doing great and these chicks all over you. Yeah, of course they are. Like $1 is like 100 of theirs. So like let's not fool ourselves. And actually, you're probably getting more pimped out over there than you would ever get pimped out over here. You know what I mean?
That's a touchy subject. That sex tourism. It's a real bad. It's a lot of conversations about that, but
I'm just not
in an entire country. You couldn't find one. agreeable than an entire country. Not one. Not one.
And he said he couldn't find a woman he couldn't find a wife in America. Actually, that is actually something that's growing in popularity. Guys actually moving out of the country, or they're getting their women outside of the country, their wives outside.
How you think that's a common trend? Like, how common is that? Because it's a
no,
lot
no,
of
no,
money.
I don't think it's common. I don't think it's common. I think it's growing in popularity. I think it's, and
yeah.
there's.
I mean, I watched
come a
90 Day
time.
Fiance, so yeah, like most
Oh,
of it.
wait, is
Most
that the
of
one
it,
of the
though,
one? Is that the one with the dude who I saw? Dude, he ain't have no neck. Is that the same show?
yeah, he's one of the people who was on 90 Day Fiance. He went to, I think it was
No, Jen, this guy didn't have a neck.
Japan. It was Japan. He went to, his wife was his fiance was in Japan. Yeah, I think so.
I
I didn't know
watched
how
that,
that.
but I lose track of who's who.
Yeah. I
Wow.
see that, but it is a variety of issues on there. Like, older other color women who go to Jamaica to find a husband, or I mean, so it's not just women who are being courted. It's women going to other countries to find husbands and bringing them to America. So it goes both ways. Like, it's, yeah.
Well, isn't that sexual exploitation through financial oppression? Isn't that
Right.
what all
And that's
this
what
is?
that's the argument about that, though. It
That's
is.
one
It's the
way to
argument.
put it.
It's the argument about
I
that.
mean, because if
We ain't got off of
these
the cheating thing. We on some
I know. Right?
sexual
Cheating.
y'all need to do a show about that, man.
No, I think that's a really good topic, sex tourism, because it's a huge.
You know who would be good for that? Someone who has just entered the chat, Mostly Money TV, because I know he's out of the country.
Oh, that's right. Mostly Money
he
TV.
would be good for that. He would be good for that topic.
He would, because that's a huge topic. And there's a lot of criticism around going, people see it as offensive that you say, okay, I'm going to go to another country because those women are more submissive and more docile and more willing to, people see it as a level of wanting to have control over women. And it's actually really disgusting to like the people who live there mostly.
I can imagine.
Yeah, they feel like, it's like you want to have some sort of power over these women or these individuals. And so you use your money and like capitalism to kind of have this authority over them. So I didn't look at it that way because I used to watch 90 Day Fiance and I just thought it was cool. And then I heard the other side of the argument. I was like, I guess that can apply in some cases. Some people are in love and it's not about that. But I can see those men who go over there because, like you said, they want to have control over the woman, or they want the woman to be more submissive, or they want the woman to be more dependent on them and things like that. Yeah. So
Can I ask you?
It's kind of
both a question.
Yeah.
Can I ask you both a question?
Yeah.
I will say this: both of you are two attractive ladies.
Let me not smile because people gonna think I'm a hoe if I smile.
No flirting. No flirting.
No flirting. I can't flirt. I'm sorry. I can't accept your flirtation. I'm a whore. I'm a dirty girl. I'm just sorry. No, go ahead, Haran. I just didn't want to flirt too much, Thank you, though.
Do you, for women, your power and your leverage a lot of times is in your physical attractiveness. It's in your beauty. Can we agree to that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sure that you know some women who, I don't know, some of them might be friends of yours, but they may not be considered classically beautiful by, social standards. We all know that beauty is subjective and so on and so forth, but by what we're talking about on a grander scheme.
Right.
You women know women like this, you're close to them?
Yes.
Okay, so the question that I have for you is, do you see them struggling through life, and do you believe that pretty privilege is real?
Well, that's far from can you prevent cheating?
Oh no, you ain't just gonna. You ain't just gonna have me blurting out shit, and you ain't gonna blurt out shit. Oh no, we still keeping the train going. Yeah.
You want to answer first, Juana? You want me to answer?
Go ahead, cause I'm thinking about my.
Okay, so yes, pretty privilege is real. I've always said that being pretty is like having wealth. And people are like, how do you say that? What do you mean? Because I can have $0 and walk in a room of billionaires and get me one. Okay.
That is true.
And not just get me one to sleep with, but get me one to marry and get me one who will knock me up and change my financial status, right? So, you know, pretty privilege is a thing. When you're pretty, it's just like having wealth. People want to be around you just because you're pretty. They don't care about your personality. People want to have sex with you just because you're pretty. It's the same thing with rich men. People just want to be around them because they have money. People just want to sleep with them because they have money. They don't care about their personality. Pretty women get the same thing on the other end. They don't care about your feelings. They just want to be around you or be with you or be around you and benefit from what you can get. In my group of friends in New York, I was always the girl getting the drinks for everybody else, shit like that. Because I would talk to the guy and the guy would, let me buy a round of drinks from y'all. And then the girls would party, or I was the one that was getting in the VIP first, or I was the one that knew the club owner or the bouncer that, you know, loved me for whatever reason. So people want to be around that. It's the same thing as why people want to be around with men who have money. It's the same thing. You always have that entourage, right? So yes, it's very real. It's like a superpower. You can use it for good and you could use it for evil. Just like people with money, you could use it for good or you could use it for people with evil. As far as women who don't have that carte blanche, I say they will have a rough time. Just like broke dudes, they will have a rough time if they're constantly fishing out of their league and driving out of their lane. You will have a very miserable time and you will end up bitter and disgruntled. So I always tell everybody, stay in your lane. If you're a guy that you know you can't, you said you date your wage or whatever, or you date according to what woman you can afford, don't constantly chase the very attractive women and then get bitter when the very attractive women reject you, when you know you should be dating someone in your lane, right? You don't have the options and the opportunities as other men of means, just like the women. If you know you don't have those options, then stay in your lane, because there's somebody for everybody. There's somebody for everybody. There's usually not anybody for somebody fishing outside of their league. There's usually nobody there. And then the more you get rejected, the angrier you get. But I always use me as an example. My measurements are 34, 24, 35, right? That's Victoria's Secret, 34, 24, 35. But I am not 5'9". I am not 5'10". I am not 5'11". So wouldn't I look stupid calling up Victoria's Secret and say, hey, just because I have these measurements, I should be on your runway? They're going to be like, I don't give a fuck what your measurements are. If you're not 5'9", if you're not 5'10", get off our phone. Right? Now, am I going to get mad at all the modeling agencies that exist because they're supposed to accept me at 5'4"? No. Go do something else. And that is what people do. They date out of their league. These men are disgruntled, but who are you trying to date? Because I guarantee if you're in the precious lane of things, right? And then you find you a precious, that precious is going to love you silly. But you in the precious lane of things, and you want to date some Chloe Iman or some model, and then you get mad at her because she doesn't want you, and you shouldn't have been there to begin with. So yes, pretty privilege is a thing, but I think both men and women who don't have options, they're both going to have a hard time in life if they're continuously fishing outside of their lane. Stay in your lane. I can't get mad at applying for something that I'm not qualified for. And I always say humans do it to humans, but I'm like, nobody walks into, if all you can do is clerical work, paperwork, if all you can do is push a pencil for whatever company, how the fuck you look going to NASA and saying, can I help you build this shuttle?
Right.
You wouldn't do that, right? You wouldn't go to NASA and say, I want to help you. Why do you want to help build this shuttle? Because I want to be here. Are you qualified? No, but I want to be here. Get the fuck out. Security. But for some reason, humans think that another human is supposed to accept them and tolerate them as is. No, sir. No, ma'am. No. Super chat break before Juana answers. Ew, Doctrine, thank you for the super chat, darling. He said, I slept next to my lady, too tired to make love. Uh-oh, where's this going? I woke suddenly. I dreamt I was on an altar. These women were chanting and casting spells. She laughed. I sent the ladies to heal you. Divine femininity, too scared to cheat. Good. Whatever's going to stop you from cheating.
Now you see. Look, listen. You see the way that Ill Doctrine actually presents these little super chats. You can tell that this guy is an interesting guy. And if you alone with a woman, if you alone with a woman and you saying some shit like that, I guarantee you the panties are coming off themselves. She don't even have to grab them and pull them off. Them shits are just suddenly just sneaking down her leg and her clothes are flying off out of nowhere, and then suddenly you look back and she is ass naked. Like that is the kind of thing that I'm actually talking about.
All that game.
And that's it, man. You see,
for me, come here, cutie.
For me, it used to be Ribbon of the Sky. I used to play Ribbon in the Sky, and it was just over. You know what I mean, on the piano.
Yeah, let me tell you, if vaginas were interchangeable, like if we could get new vaginas, I'd definitely be promiscuous. Because there are a lot of amazing men out here.
Wait a minute. How the hell we get from that to that? Like, whoa.
We could change it.
Whoa.
You could just take it off and exchange it.
No, wait a minute. No, wait, Warner.
Yes,
Wanda, how we go from that to like, girl, if I can change my pussy,
you can do vagina steam and do some other stuff nowadays. You can do rejuvenation.
Sticking rocks in their vagina now to renew them and
You can do the rejuvenation things and all that type of stuff.
Okay, well, Wanda, can you please answer the question?
So it was about you were saying is pretty girl privilege real? And like, do I see my ugly friend struggling? Basically, right?
Yes, essentially yes.
So here's what I will say about that. The girls that I do see struggling are the ones who are unrealistic about their looks. Those are the ones that are hard because they really don't believe that they're ugly, or they don't accept that they may not be as attractive as other women, right? By universal beauty standards, because obviously beauty is in the eye of the beholder, right? But the women who I know who like, they know that they have a better personality, or that they're smart, or that they bring other things to the table, and then they're realistic about maybe their body type or how they look, etc. But the women who not, they struggle, like, because they think I look this and he needs to, and I need men who do this, and I'm like, okay, I don't know how to tell you, friend, but I just want you to know that you need to lower your standards a little bit. Maybe you'll meet more men. I mean, it's hard because their expectations are like, and they don't even understand why they're not dating or why they haven't met anybody. And I'm not gonna tell them that. It's hard. I do try to get them to be more realistic and be more open and be more flexible and like expand their options. But it's my friends who don't realize that they're not the most attractive that struggle. It's them, and they struggle to this day, like been single for years, can't have not met a man, don't get attention when they're out, don't understand what it is. We give them advice, but then your friend where you can tell them something and then they don't want to hear it. I have those friends where it's like, okay, you try to tell them like, listen, you unrealistic. No, I don't think so. I shouldn't have to lower my expectation. Okay, great. All right, friend. Well, listen, keep on doing what you're doing and, struggle or listen to other people. We love you. We trying to tell you the truth. So it's an actual YouTube group called Ugly Girls Club. And I feel like I love the lady. I listen to a lot of what she says because she basically tells them like, it's okay to accept that you don't fit the universal beauty standards. Like it's okay to accept that you're not what the image of beauty based on what has been pushed in popular culture, right? But what you need to realize is that yeah, you have all these other attributes and other things, but you don't need to like because of that accept less for yourself because you you can still have high expectations, right? But you're dating, like you said, within who you like qualify for, right? But you can still have good expectations, but be realistic about the type of man you pursue, and that could change your environment. I mean, she's against kind of dating men in general, but she does have a point of basically telling women like it's okay to say I don't fit the universal beauty standard. But pretty girl privilege, it is real. Like it's not really something you have control over though. I think people don't understand that. It's just like what people recognize as pretty, and then they may treat you differently from somebody else. And then I think the jealousy comes in and things like that. It's like, listen, I'm not going around telling people to treat me better because I look better than you. This is what happens.
You can't it, but I will use it. I've used plenty.
I got me some free Popeye's chicken, and listen, the other day I drove in the driveway and the man was like, "Oh no, let me not tell this story because people gonna say I'm."
Yeah, you
God.
People gonna say I'm using. I shouldn't be doing that, and I'm married. But anyway,
all of a sudden,
super chat break. Thank you so much. Wait, super chat break. Thank you so much, Michael Richardson, for buying me a smoothie. That's what my little scroller on the bottom says. Buy me a smoothie because I don't drink coffee.
Nice.
I like me drink coffee. So thank you very much, Michael Richardson. Very, very much. Yeah. So the pretty privilege is that shit's real, and I've used it. I'm like, if you're gonna fold to this, fine. Again, it's no different than men who have money. It's like you're gonna fall all over me and give me what I want just because you know I have money. Then I'm gonna treat you as such, and I'm gonna
my Starbucks man, the Starbucks guy. He would just have my Starbucks ready. I never paid. I would walk in and he would just have it on the counter and he would just be like, don't worry about it. I use my free because he didn't drink coffee. So he would use his free coffee to give it to me. And he's never even asked me for my number. He's never even said like, can I take you out on a date? It had to just be because you were attracted to me. Because what else was, and I was nice. I'm talking to him. Hey, what's up? How you doing? How your family? Whatever, right? So it got me free coffee every day, though. Just imagine paying $5 a day for coffee. Come on, like who does that? Why not use
wanna slow down? Tomorrow you don't want to see on your algorithms. Want cheat that gets free coffee and stocks.
She's a Starbucks hoe. She's the Starbucks hoe.
And stocks privileges in Starbucks. Let's discuss 10 p.m. Exactly. Flirting for coffee and free Popeyes. Let's discuss it 10 p.m.
I'll flirt for that lemon cake. I'll flirt for that Starbucks lemon cake. What happened?
That $5 mocha, because I like a caramel macchiato upside down with whip, just in case, caramel macchiato upside down with whip. So so that's like $5 a day. You know what I'm saying? So if I come in and somebody got me a large for free, as soon as I walk in, I don't even have to wait in the line. He's like, Tawana, come on. Go get your coffee. Good. Got my coffee. I'm going upstairs. I'm getting started on my day. It is what it is.
So Reaper agrees. She says, I think society has made it to where we all have to tell women they are perfect and beautiful.
Right.
She's right. Never tell a woman she is unattractive, waste of time. Let me tell you something. I've said that a million times online where now you have, look, there's beauty's in the eye of the beholder, and then there's mainstream attractive, and then there's really attractive where your eyes are just asymmetrical and your lips are full and your nose. Right. I mean, there's just certain things that look attractive. And yes, some big noses can be attractive. And yes, some thin lips can be attractive depending on how they're placed on your face, right? So, this is true. But then there's just mainstream, regular attractive. Like, let's say someone can look at someone like Halle Berry and 2 or 3 men could be like, that ain't my type. I don't like how she looks. I like more ass. I like less this. But Halle can still walk in a room of 100 men and 100 men can still say she's attractive.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
So you have mainstream attractive. Let's not ignore that it exists, right?
It's
So
pushed
like,
down our throat.
yeah,
I
it's like
think,
Like it's pushed down our throat. It's no way for us to ignore that popular culture has set a universal beauty standard. It's symmetry in your face. It's smaller noses. It's, like you said, defined eye shapes. It's these lips that, like they fit your face. And it's like for Black people, it's typically people who have mainstream features. I mean,
right.
that's how it is for Black people, right? If your hair is long or your eyes are a different color or you have, smaller noses or shapes, like some of those things to some people, and it's not right. I'm not justifying it, but I'm acknowledging that it happens in our society, that it is a real thing.
And somebody said earlier, and I agree 100%, I think it was Reaper as well, said men have pretty privilege as well. Let me tell you something. That is the truth. Because when Jailbay's mugshot hit the scene, and Jailbay's
became a whole model, didn't he?
Scene, okay? That man didn't have a pot to piss in, a window to throw it out of, and was living with his baby mama. Everybody was willing to take their panties off. Everybody was trying to hit that commissary, okay? There was like, where is
Didn't
this
care about his history, what he did.
at all. It was like, what rap sheet? This man is fine. So men also have pretty privilege, but I do think it's a waste of time because now with social media, it's like everybody has to be accepted. And I remember I got into a debate with a bigger girl, and I mean big. This girl was, I'm not just talking about a little bit overweight. I mean, she was big, and she's a model now. But she was posting bikini pics, right? And then she would lash out at people saying, oh, you're fat shaming. And I said, no, bitch. The problem with y'all is that y'all want to throw on bikinis and go online and you want to be praised for it. But if a skinny girl goes on and throws on a bikini, she's a hoe and she's showing her body and she's, trying to get likes and subs with her body. You don't want, you think you're beyond reproach because you're big in a bikini. No, you're going to get the same heat that every woman gets in a bikini. Like, you're not special because you're obese.
Yeah.
Like all women get heat online, but you think because you're bigger than someone who's skinny, no one can tell you anything, or it's shaming. Like the same thing you see happening with Lizzo. It's like, no one can tell me anything because I'm Lizzo. No, people are going to talk about everybody online. But I noticed with bigger women or even men that are out of shape, it's like, you can't shame. You can't. Well, I was like, wait a minute. This has always been going on. So you think that being obese or bigger is a pass? It's not a pass. It is not a pass. You're going to catch the same heat that everybody else gets, and they try to flip it. And so I agree with Reaper. It is a waste. It is a waste of time to even say you're too big to wear that, or you're too skinny to wear that. It's a waste of time because everybody thinks they're the 4th of July, as we say. But I did, I did tell my friend one time, my best friend at the time, I did tell her that she was just like, she wasn't doing enough. Like, she was in a relationship and she was expecting, like you said, Juana, like she was expecting that guy to accept her as is. And I was like, that's not how things work.
Right.
That's not, you have to at least look a certain way and care about certain things. And they ended up breaking up, but that was the time where I was honest with my friend. And I was like, look, he's out there. He's in the workforce. He is seeing women that are doing the damn thing. So if you want to come through here looking like you do, okay, you have to be very careful. Well, he ain't going anywhere. Well, he did. Well,
men are physical. They're visual. I don't care what women. I don't know no man that's not visual. If he meets you that way, cool. But if you become that way over time and you don't make an effort to stay in shape or those things, I mean, it's going to be some issues. Now, I don't blame the person who get cheated on for somebody else's actions, though. I know we kind of said that, like, I don't feel like oh, because she's fat, she deserves to be cheated on, or because he's doing this, he deserves to be cheated on. It's what happens, Jen, right? To your point, it's what happens if you neglect somebody. I mean, it is what it is, right? If you do certain things, like it's going to be somebody that's gonna ease in there and give you the attention that you're not getting at home. It's gonna be somebody that does those things. And you can
I mean, let's talk about that earlier. He was,
it's
you know,
going
his
to
situation.
it happens
over here. You ain't got to struggle over here.
It happens. I mean, listen, because you're married, people don't stop flirting with you. And because you're married, people don't stop noticing you. If you're beautiful to your husband, you're going to be beautiful to other men. If my husband's attractive to me, he's going to be attractive to other women. I mean, I've had women who literally, like, I go to the bathroom, I come back, and they're like, oh, my husband, like, like, hey, he's fine. He's, people think he's attractive. So it's not like you can't be like blind to that. People are going to notice. Mm-hmm. And so if, my husband, for instance, if he say like, I like when you're a certain weight, and then I start getting beyond that weight, maybe he gonna start looking at the girls that's within. And it's not like I can do anything to stop him from looking. It's going to happen. But like you said, there's ways for you to be like, okay, what's going on here? Do I need to, like, listen, I notice you doing this now, and I'm like, okay, I'm with you. I understand you visual. You want me to get back to this, but you're going to have to stop disrespecting me. Like, you can catch it, right? You can't prevent it, but you can call it out.
Right. You can't prevent it. Yeah. No one deserves to get lied to. Let me just, I should have prefixed the conversation with this. Yeah. If you're to the point where you feel like you gotta cheat on somebody, then bid them adieu. And I mean cheating. I ain't talking about nobody's motherfucking flirting, because I've been in relationships where it's like seeing a really nice car. It's like, our car is dope. It don't mean I'm gonna put in the work to get a fucking Lambo. I could look at a Lambo and be like, I follow nothing but personal trainers on my fucking Instagram and my social media, because those men inspire me, right? Like, so I follow some women too, but the dudes go hard, and I'm a hardcore type of person, so I like looking at the male trainers. They go hard, and that inspires me, right? I came up under my dad. My dad was a hardcore guy, so I'm always attracted to men that go hard in life. So, I'll drop a little something like, yo, them abs looking crazy. It has nothing to do with it. It has nothing to do with, I'm going to try to meet up with that man on Tuesday, or it has nothing to do with that. And people will go and they'll run with it. Yeah. But it's like, I'm talking about straight all out cheating. Like, there are things you can do to prevent it, but no one deserves to be lied to. Don't fucking lie to people, because you always, it's a mess. Super chat break. Ill Doctrine says, he's giving us more info. See, I'm trying to get to that Ill Doctrine with the super chats. Let me see what he's saying. Every time we get a little bit more. He said, my lady is my highest value, and everyone else is number 2 or lower. Nikki Giovanni complained figuratively, I get the least of you, so I give my lady the best of me. What I give the world comes from whatever is left. I simp deeply. What I give the world, whatever is left. Are we getting the leftovers on here on the block with Jane Ill Doctrine? Is that what you're telling me? I'm getting some leftovers. I'm getting the cornbread crumbs. That's what you're telling me?
He's so funny. This is like, I be cracking up at him. Like, what is he trying to say here?
I want to say something real quick. Yeah. The points that you are both making. You're making some great points. I believe, especially particularly with the white manosphere, the white area of it. I believe when you're dealing with the current incel culture, involved in it, their biggest issue is pretty privilege.
Right.
And that's why there's a disdain and a hatred for women.
One of their issues.
Well, here's
and I was gonna say something to that too, Hiron. But go ahead. I was gonna comment on something like that. Mm-hmm.
Here's the thing. Have you ever heard the terms Chads, Stacy's, and Tyrone's?
No.
You said what?
Okay. Chads, Stacy's, and Tyrone's.
Mm-mm.
Okay, so
No,
when if I recall correctly, I mean this incel stuff goes real deep. So one of the things that they say is like, let's say for women such as yourselves, you know, what I mean, attractive women. Let's just say the attractive woman that is not within their reach, you know, what I mean, when they're in high school, you would be considered a Stacy, a 7, 8, or a 9, or even a 10, or whatever. You know, what I mean, something that's pretty much out of their lane. You
Mm-hmm.
know, they often say that Stacy's, you know, what I mean, to the point that one of your friends actually said this, and it was kind of in connection to it. The concept of alpha fucks and beta bucks. They're basically they were he what they basically say is that Stacy's will fuck alphas, spend all of their, you know what I mean, so-called prime years fucking alphas, and they'll look for a beta, which is one of them, you know what I mean, when it's time for them to settle down and get married. And you know what I mean, from their perspective, they have a deep resentment for that, because it's like, well, I believe that I should be considered prime stock when you're in your prime, notwithstanding that they might not be desirable at that point in time. You know what I mean? That's, you know what I mean, that's not really taken into consideration. It should just always be that I have the chance and the opportunity, you know what I mean, should have the chance and the opportunity to have access to you. Now, a lot of this stems from white privilege in a lot of ways, because, you know, let me tell you something. A lot of white males who are undesirable, it cuts them real deep when they particularly see, and this was to the point of the dude who was on the panel, yes, a day ago, Jen. I believe it was yesterday, and I was trying to get him to talk when he said that he
Oh,
no longer sees, yeah,
chronic.
when he said that he no longer sees a white woman as white, or has respect for her when when she sleeps with a black man, is that one of the biggest things that
yeah.
they have is that they don't like Stacy sleeping with Tyrone. Tyrone is supposed to be the desirable version, you know, a black male who is desirable. The Chad is the white male who is desirable. So in their minds, they are dead set against the concept of, they wrestle with the idea that I'm not desirable to the women, to my woman, but she looks at a black man and finds him desirable. That cuts them way deep, and that's something that a lot of them do wrestle with. So a lot
Mm.
of this stuff, and a lot of this stuff, this goes a lot alongside too with white women who aren't particularly attractive. If you notice, yeah, a lot of these fat white chicks, they go after, you know what I mean, black men and so on and so forth, because a lot of them feel that they, at the end of the day, yeah, even though I'm not desired by white men, you know, a black man will take me, because they'll take anything in their mind because I'm white.
Mm.
Yep.
Okay,
And that's
now
what
now I've
happened.
been in clubs. I've been in clubs straight up and down. I've been in clubs, you know what I mean, chilling, minding my own business. You know what I mean? Sometimes when these white girls, when they start getting liquored up, they start getting real handsy. You know what I mean? And I'm just sitting there chilling. And one time before, you know what I mean, I was sitting there chilling, talking to my boy, and some white woman just grabbed me on the arm. It was like, yeah, you remind me of my trainer, Mo Guns. And I'm like, ma'am, you just like, you just grabbing me and so on and so forth. And white women, in their minds, the reason why they act like this is because a lot of times white women, when they're younger, they're not subjected to the same self-esteem issues as women of color.
Right.
They're not subjected to the same issues. Like, I'll give you an example. Like, I was having a conversation with my child's mother one time before, and you know, one of the things that I do with my own daughter is I tell her that she's beautiful. I tell her that she's intelligent. I tell her that she's capable, so on and so forth. And they said they caught her one time before looking in the mirror, saying that she's pretty and so on and so forth. And you know, what I mean, she was being, you know, what I mean, I guess, from their perspective, a little bit full of herself. And then and you know, her mother tells me, you know, what I mean, I'm a little bit worried about that. And I'm like, why are you worried about that? So what? She's supposed to have that kind of, you know, healthy self-esteem. Nobody tells that to white girls when they sit there, looking like Honey Boo Boo, she's looking up in the mirror and she actually really thinks that you got this little fat little white kid running around here actually thinking that, she's the shit. Nobody says, to her that she needs to slow down. And I say, and I told her, I'm like, yo, it's the same thing what I tell you. You are a brilliant and beautiful black woman. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that you are anything less than that.
Right.
A lot of our issues as black people, and I see it in all our communities, in our black and brown communities. A lot of our issues that we deal with, even into adulthood, is that we're trying to quiet down those voices that told us we weren't good enough when we were children. You know what I mean? And that carries into adulthood. And then you having all these struggles in relationships. You having struggles at the job. You have an imposter syndrome. You're wondering where, all that comes from. Yeah, it comes from the fact that somebody told you a couple of times when you were a kid that you was a nigga, you ain't gonna be nothing. You know what I mean? And so on and so forth. You this, you that. You ain't never gonna be nothing. You don't deserve this. You don't deserve that. And that's one of the reasons why people get involved in the relationships that they get involved in, that they shouldn't be getting involved in, because it extends from a lot of self-esteem issues. This is on both sides of the fence.
Yeah.
One of the main reasons why, yeah, black men, they have issues with black women. Black women have issues with black men. And both sides are saying certain things that are absolutely right. But one of the things that they're not admitting is that we both have issues that stem from way back that we're not dealing with. And if we just can't, and if we just stop fighting for a second and saying like, well, you know what? Maybe the reason why I'm acting this way and I'm just spreading my seed around willy nilly and shit like that is because maybe I don't really care about my future because somebody told me that I wasn't gonna be shit anyway.
That's a great point, and I say that all the time, and people hate when I say that because they want, YouTube wants you to pick a side, right? They need to know what box to put you in. But I'm like, there's a lot of pain and trauma on both sides, and I've said that from day one, from the first time I ever camped up on these machines. I'm like, there are problems on both sides. There can be improvement on both sides, right? So I think that whole manosphere and all that, I made it 10 times worse. And to me, men are the leaders. Men have the power. So if anything, I think men should have paused and listened to the women and said, what's going on here? We need to fix this. We are the leaders of our communities, versus turning into the women that they so-called hate. Now everybody's on feminine energy and everybody's on feminine time. Everybody.
Yeah.
The men are gossiping now. The men are, lashing out at the women. The men are being feminine. The men are being catty. The men are being bitter. It's like, so now it's like everybody's a fucking woman. It's a world of lesbians now. Our communities are turning into a fucking world of lesbians. No offense to the studs out there, but men should not.
But it's weird. It's weird.
The doctrine said power is the ability to determine what happens next. A woman may exchange her power to you for an experience of powerlessness. You get to experience augmented power. Don't be.
Anna wants the link. Anna wants the link. I think she wants to come up.
Hey, Poo Poo, come on up.
Come on up, and let me throw up the topic again so people just coming in the room can know what I'm talking about. Ain't nobody fighting over here. So if you guys want to come in and hang and chill, it's a chill Friday night. We talking about, can you prevent cheating? That is the subject for tonight.
Oh, shout out to El Doctor. No, not a problem at all, bro.
Wait, thank you for having me back when Jen was trying to cap me up. I owe you.
I was about to say something to one of your points, Jen, I think, but Haran kind of touched on it. And
yes, that is the true watcher.
I was talking about men because I know what you did, Jen, because Jen said if I see somebody with some nice abs, I may comment and be like, those abs are nice, right?
Yeah.
But men who are used to women around them, who understand like innocent flirting, he would never even acknowledge that or take that any type of way, right? Like most men would be like, well, she just commented on my post, like wouldn't brag about it, right? But it's men, And I think I have to be careful about that too, because when I'm in this space, I'm very social. Haran, you know, like you can inbox me and what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna respond, you know, like I'm gonna comment back, you know, we gonna have an exchange, we'll talk, you know, I'm very open, I'll talk. But you can't be like that with everybody in these spaces.
Oh.
I realize that some men are not used to being around certain women. You know
Right,
that.
right.
We talked about that. Anna
Right,
talked
right,
about that
right, right.
yesterday. There's some men who don't have access to women like me, like Eugene, like Anna, that I took advantage of. When you're in this space, you think, okay, you know, it's nothing, but you just have to be very careful. And I do think that some men won't even acknowledge that as like a real thing, but some men, like, they really think like, oh, she like me. Like, no, it's just I don't know. I think it's weird. Because like some men don't care about that. They're used to being around women. They flirt, you know, it's like it's nothing, it's innocent, and they just move on and they don't think anything. And some men really take it seriously,
Right.
and think you're their, like, we was gonna link up and have a, you know, have
Yeah, and that happens.
affair. I think
Like,
it's funny. Just think
no, it is funny because
yeah.
some men will act like they got all the confidence in the world, and then you give them a compliment and they running down the park where you're like, dude, that's why I sometimes I don't click a like on Instagram on some motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Sometimes I see a guy wearing, it could be a nice sweater, I won't even compliment him on the sweater because some
Gotta be
motherfuckers
careful.
take a compliment. And it's like you said, Juana, like I'm used to people saying, oh, you're cute, you're attractive, you're pretty, you're this. I don't think everyone that tells me that wants to get in bed with me. It's just like when I see a nice car, I'm like, yo, that's a dope car. But I'm like, it's whatever. So that car is nice too. And then I go on about my business.
Yeah.
But I don't think everyone that stops by or clicks like on my pictures, like, oh my God, for joy, you're the best thing I've ever seen in my life. It's just a compliment. But I noticed that men are not used to that.
No.
And they can run with it where to the point where it becomes, but they turn into little girls bragging about the most minute, stupid
She
shit.
like me. She like me.
I'm like, are we serious right now?
I like you because I okay. I mean, it's weird. It's very strange. I've never been in, but guess what? I will be cautious of that now because
it's a whole different.
It's just different. Yeah.
I always say like social media for a lot of people is like it's their second coming, it's their second chance at being someone who's getting attention for the first time. That's a dangerous motherfucker. Someone who's wanted attention their entire life, and now this is the first time they're ever getting it from a bunch of women, and they get to be on panels with a bunch of women.
Yeah.
That motherfucker, he doesn't know how to act. It's like a kid in a candy store. It's like that's why people ruin their lotto money because they've never had money. Then they get their lotto money, and we have what we call today the lotto curse.
Right.
Because you've never had an abundance of money. They throw money at you, and I was like, I don't know what to do with it because I've never handled money before. I didn't even know how to get my money in the sum of millions. So it's the same thing with men. It's like, I don't know how to get women. I've never been in a room or in a panel of 4, 5, 6 attractive women. Right. I don't know how to act with this. So in normal world where we come from, if we say, hey, that's a nice sweater. Hey, nice abs. Hey, I like your haircut. Hey, I like your hat. They think it's, oh my God, she wants me. No, it's a fucking hat. It's fucking abs.
It's really so weird. It's so strange. Yeah.
So you have to be careful, but we're all learning. We are all learning these machines. I had to learn.
Oh yes, honey.
Yes. Machines. It's like, yeah, no.
Hi, sister. Hi, Anna.
Alicia's here. She just hit me. She said she's gonna contribute in a minute. I think she's doing something.
She's doing okay.
Yeah. So you have to be, Reaper, I don't know what this means. Can you help me out? LOL, is Jen saying that women are finally getting a taste of what upstanding men have to go through?
Oh, he was talking about when you said, I forgot the point, but I remember kind of what you were saying. I guess he's saying it's flipped now on women. Women have to go through what men are used to go through. I can't.
Probably.
Go ahead. I forgot.
1990s. Il Doctor said, "What's up, Bolo TV?" Il Doctor said, "1990s. Yo, homeboy, be careful. They are feminized black men. 2022. Now it's yo. I want to be protected and provided for."
Yo, look, listen.
I'm the
I
prize. That's my
knew.
favorite line. I'm the prize. That's what they
I
Bring it to my
never
table.
like. I can't relate to a guy who accepts alimony.
That's
Mm.
wild.
Like I can't
That's
relate to. I mean, I know everyone's on their, equality kick, whatever. I just It's just
Mary
certain things. Me
J's
personally,
paying some alimony right now. Speaking of, somebody brought Mary J. Blige up earlier. Yeah, she's paying alimony now.
Yeah, she is.
that's really wild. I believe Eric Benet that was happening. Eric Benet, he got alimony from Halle Berry, I think.
Uh-huh.
That's
Just for a little
That's
bit.
real wild, man. That's real wild.
But
I can't.
yeah.
that's
I
messed
can't do
up.
that.
Okay, whatever. All right. So we wait on and Alicia. What you talk about, Il Doctrine? Il Doctrine better stop playing with me before he end up in a chokehold.
What he say?
That's why you see me like this for Il Doctrine.
Jen, how long have you been training?
Oh wow, like a year, 3 times a week. But I fell off the past couple months. I got to get back on.
Only a year? Oh
Only
my
a
goodness.
Only a year, Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. And but I fell off. But now I got these gigs coming up, and I like showing up to set looking like everything. So I
Nice.
have to get back in. I got to get back in. But I've only been training like a year, around about a year, 3 times a week. Yeah.
You look
What
good. You look good.
what was your nutrition? What was your nutrition like?
Oh, my nutrition is trash. Like it's always been. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm not gonna sit up here and be like, hey, I did it. It's
No,
trash.
while you were training, your nutrition was trash.
Yeah, it was normal. Like I don't. It was normal. Like it's. I honestly have never changed my nutrition since I was a kid. I've had the cakes, cookies, pies, Apple Jacks, and shit at 3 o'clock in the morning. Like I'm not even gonna lie. I'm not gonna sit up here and act like I'm some physical fitness, whatever the hell, what have you. It's still. I did cut down on the sweets just because they say sugar is bad for you. So I did cut down on that, but I have a normal diet. You know what I mean? Rice, beans, chicken, steak. Like it's a regular diet. Mashed potatoes. I love potatoes in every way, shape, or form. I'm a potato girl. A lot of rice, beans, veggies. I try to
work out and make up for that. So it's like you kind of.
Yeah, but my metabolism has always been fast.
Yeah.
Like it's always been fast. Like I've always been what I call on a reverse diet, where it's like people count their calories to avoid calories. I've always counted my calories to have as much calories as possible. So while the majority of people reading calories like, oh, there's too many calories in this, I'm like, great, there's a lot of calories in this. Let me buy this brand.
You're trying to put the calories in your body.
Right.
Yeah.
So I've always been on a reverse diet. I've done nutriments and protein shakes and weight gainers and eating sweets after eating something salty. Like I'm literally the opposite of someone trying to lose weight. I've always been, and it's work. Like people think it's easy, but it's like I have to work to look a fucking certain way. I gotta eat.
You'll get really skinny, like really skinny if you don't do it.
My metabolism is fast. You know how some people make a joke, they're like, oh, if I eat a donut, I gain 5 pounds. I'm like, if I don't eat that donut, I will lose 5 pounds.
Yeah.
I have to eat that.
I'm on the opposite. If I eat that donut, y'all gonna see it on my body tomorrow. Like it's just like
it proves that everybody always wants something else. That's why I say never ever assume that because somebody looks the way you may want to look, that they're not going through some shit too.
Right.
To try to maintain that. I'm like, don't ever be fooled by what you see, because you don't know what somebody's struggle is. And I'm from Latin family. So if you don't have the arroz con pollo thighs, you know what I'm saying? If you don't have the chicken and rice thighs, something's wrong with you. And everywhere you go, you're like, oh my God, are you eating? And I'm like, I'm fucking eating more than you. I just have a fast metabolism. You know what I mean? Like, always trying to
eat. It's hard work to work out 3 times a week and maintain that. And it's not easy. And most people don't even want to do that.
It's not easy. Like I gotta talk myself into it. That's why I follow the trainers, because so into it.
They motivation.
Oh my God, they so into it. They're like, yeah, it's 4 o'clock in the morning. We pumping iron. I'm in bed under the blanket, like, I don't want to go to the gym. I don't want to go.
Not today. Leave me alone. You monsters.
Right. That's why I follow them, because they inspire me. Somebody else may say, oh, she just following dudes, whatever. That's what inspires me. That's what inspires. The guys inspire me. They go hard, Brother Ish is back.
Hey, Ish.
Ish, I wanted you to talk about something, because one, I missed what you were saying. We got into the whole preventing cheating thing, and you were somebody that said that you wouldn't have cheated, and why? Do you remember, while we wait on Annalicio?
Do I? I wouldn't have cheated.
Ish came back.
What'd you say?
I said Ish loves us. He came back.
Of course, come on. You're good people. You speaking good words, and you really trying to plume the subject matter, like you plumbing it, and really digging deep in it, and being genuine. And it's not just even though it has its elements of entertainment to it, but there's edutainment. Like we're getting informed, and humans learn from other humans.
Yeah.
And we learn, through experiences, the whole nine. So anyway, that's why I come back. But my GPS, I'm in Atlanta, so I don't know much around here, so I had to use my GPS for my phone.
Okay.
But go. So you ask me your question one more time, just so I'm clear.
If Tawana G is still listening, we were basically getting into, again, like, because she had asked Haran, is it at the end of the day, like, no men are capable of being faithful? She was piggybacking off of Mary J. Blige, I guess, said a statement where she was like, she has never in her life, Mary J. Blige has never in her life seen a man be faithful. Ultimately, they all cheat or they all stray. So I was like, I wish Ish was here, because he was talking about when he was in a relationship and he didn't stray and what made him not stray. So yeah, Tawana G says she's listening. So I wanted you to go over that, or even add to it maybe something else that you didn't earlier, just to combat or rebut what Mary J. Blige said. And I know, let me tell you something. I know Mary J. Blige is problematic. I saw her punch her husband in the face. True story. And the only reason I'm saying it is because it's not private information. We were all at a club, M2 in New York City, and she pulled back and punched him in the face. And they were escorted out, and it was supposedly because he was talking to or flirting with one of the bottle waitresses. So Mary is no joke, okay, when it comes to a relationship. So I'm not surprised that, and she's had a hard way to go, even though she's had a lot of success. I know that she had a really bad background. She was with, I think, was it Casey or JoJo or one of them guys. So I'm sure she has, her glass is probably looked at, I'm guessing, half empty, to say all men are going to cheat no matter what eventually. So what do you say that is? Maybe you could add something that you didn't add before, or elaborate on that.
Good night, everybody.
Yeah, no, I personally, I use a reference that will blow a lot of people's minds, and I know that he's not maybe the best reference, but we'll utilize it. Ice-T made a reference in relationship to cheating, and saying that it was too much to think about, too much to do, and that and he's quoted in saying this, the one that I was talking about being a player and a hustler and the whole nine, but it is a very complex task to run this manipulation game on another person, so that on Monday you see this person, and Tuesday and Wednesday you see this person, and then Thursday and Friday you're seeing this person, and then the Monday person is like, well, dang, where you been? And then you gotta you're juggling all these individuals and these multiple personalities and desires, and it's those that have money, on some levels, they can they can get away with it because they can utilize that as an excuse. Oh, well, I'm working, or I'm busy, or I'm a businessman. So, so they can defer their time and they can hide under those circumstances. And, so, that's why sometimes women in those circumstances accept it. But what I've found is generally people just do not like, being taken advantage of, being neglected, and not being valued for their time and their energy. So when it comes to me, for me personally, I may fall into a category of a hopeless romantic. I believe in love. I believe in the valuation of a relationship. I believe in that. I enjoy those dynamics. Even when you find, there's problematic dynamics maybe in the partnership, I always try to look at the upside, and I try to look for the balance in it. And I try to look at why am I here? Why did my circumstances put me here with this person? What am I supposed to learn from and grow from that person? So, and I come from a two-parent family. My parents, even though it was my father's second marriage, their entire relationship, they were together. I had, I could count on one hand their arguments, and I can count. I have no awareness of cheating ever being a factor in their relationship, and so I have a good model to work from. So I always strive to look for that. I'm currently not in a relationship, but I also know that I'm not in a circumstance where I can really provide in the manner which I now know in my own experience and maturity is like, okay, I mean, I'm in Atlanta right now for the next 2 months working on a film project. You know what I mean? And it's something that I need to do to be able to sustain my life. So that's difficult to put on a relationship, and but nonetheless, that in answer to your question,
there's like feedback or something.
Is that you, Ish? Sound like something banging around.
Oh, it's raining. It's Atlanta.
Oh, that's right. I was like, it sounded like some rain. That's what I was about to say.
That's what I do every night. I pull up my little rain videos. It don't sound like that.
It's raining. It's raining in Chicago too. That's funny.
Yeah,
it's raining in Chicago too.
So I apologize for the noise, but yeah, it's been raining crazy like cats and dogs out here.
Yeah, you can't control the rain.
Hi, sister. Hi, Anna.
You can't.
Hello, boo boo.
Hey, girl.
Hello, everybody. Good night, good evening, good morning, almost. Oh, go ahead, Ish.
No, but I would just like to say that I value relationships. So I value and as I grow and I mature more, when I'm in a good space, I make good choices, and I've learned in the nation, like we have a protocol, and I've learned to really value that protocol. And the courtship protocols is really you get into the mind of the person.
Yeah.
And you delve there first. And once you delve in that realm, you'll make better choices. And so, again, I look for the value and I look for the what is this bringing to my table? What am I being challenged with? Where can how are we growing together? So I'm not just choosing anybody, and I'm not just choosing a bad partner. And when I have been in that space, I've made terrible errors. I mean, I'm just, just as when you mature as a man, it don't, it's like I've made errors and you have to as a man learn to live beyond your loins and learn to, when they talk about beer goggles and all that kind of stuff. And I don't drink, but there is a state of mind where you're like, okay, I'm not in the right state of mind to make a decision towards a relationship or even being involved with somebody. So you know what? I'm gonna go work out, or I'm gonna go, write, or I'm gonna go do something different with my time, because this is, I can tell that I'm not in the right space, and we just really have to not be drawn by our physical drives. That's really just the truth of the matter. And, you know, there's different things that you can do, and different faith practices have different disciplines, from fasting to prayer to chanting to meditating, whatever you got to do. But you have to really, you know, you're engaging with another human being at the end of the day. And a lot of times, you know, we try to use our interaction with other human beings as entertainment, or you know, I'm bored, I want to go out, you know, I need somebody to be with. It's like, these are not choices that you should. This is not how you should make partnership choices. And then you'd be mad at the person because they didn't validate you in your experience, but you went into the situation in faulty.
So I want to put you in the hot seat. Can I put you in the hot seat? Oh, he ran.
Is that Tristan?
Hi, Tristan.
Hello, everybody. How y'all doing?
You always got to go when he in the hot seat, man. This is very
right.
Tristan is so sweet. We should just all get together and just give him some booty on GP, just one and done. Because Tristan is so sweet.
We love you, Tristan. She went too far with that.
Police. I
was like, I got some girlfriends I can hook you up with.
I need an adult.
He said, I need an adult.
Don't be giving him the ugly ones either. Don't be giving him the ugly ones, Juana.
No, don't give him the ugly one. He said,
don't give him the ugly ones. Don't do my boy like that.
Well, she the one struggling though. She the one struggling, Haran. I can't give him the. She got a nice personality.
So the topic or the question for everyone is, can you prevent cheating?
Yes. Can you prevent cheating? I said yes, and then I gave some examples of how you could prevent cheating, but I prefixed it with saying some people are going to cheat because they're not monogamous in any way, shape, or form. So they're going to cheat no matter what.
Yeah.
Okay, then that would be my caveat. So That's why I would say, ultimately, I would say no, you can't, because of that caveat, and because so many people, I don't know if so many people are innately not monogamous, but some people are not good people. I mean, whether they're monogamous or not. I wouldn't think you could prevent it. I think that, like, that's an interesting question. You guys said yes. Juana, you said yes?
I said yes, you can prevent it.
I said that you can recognize the signs that your partner is not invested, right? And you can address that, right? I don't know if you can prevent them from cheating if they're innately a cheater, but like you can understand, like, if there's something that, you know, maybe he's not physically attracted to you, or there's some other things going on, or vice versa, she's not physically attracted to you, or stuff like that, and you notice that she's distant, you notice that, you know, time is not being spent, you notice all these things, you can address those issues before it becomes, because that's what typically happens. But I don't know if you can really prevent someone from cheating.
I think even when it gets to the level where you're sort of drifting apart and you can identify that dichotomy, like when you can identify that there's a shift in your relationship, even at that point, I mean, sometimes outside of therapy, I don't know if there's a lot you can do to prevent them from cheating, right? Like someone who wants to cheat is going to cheat. People don't cheat by accident, right? Like your body parts don't just slip into mine. Like, it just doesn't work like that, right? So I think someone who cheats, there's premeditation, there's a lot of, you know, thought goes into that, I think. So even when you get to that point, I would say that I'm sure that there are things you can do to mitigate the need for cheating, but ultimately I would say no. Even under the best circumstances, if someone wants to cheat, they're going to cheat, which is, obviously it's not ideal, but I mean, such is the human condition, right? People are so complex, and sometimes really it's really simple. It's really, some people are just that selfish. They're just that selfish. Their needs at the most primal level are the priority. So sometimes it's complicated, sometimes it's simple, but I'm gonna say no. But I want to know I want to know some of the things that Jen is saying.
So ill doctrine says cheating at a game that has rules is extracting personal benefit by acting outside the rules bounds. Cheating in a relationship is the same. Even though I have cheated, I can't understand that benefit. So
There it is.
Going back to what you said, Annalisa, so I was basically saying that, you know, the whole human condition, humans are going to human. They're not really good at communicating. They're definitely not good in communicating as much as they say they do. Everybody's like, if I have something on my mind, I'm going to say it. 9 times out of 10, people fucking don't. They're cowards in their own relationships. They don't want to tell a woman, you got a little heavy. They don't want to tell their man, listen, the sex isn't up to par. You know what I'm saying? Your stroke game is really off. What is going on? Like, people don't communicate the way they should. So my resolve was, in order to prevent cheating, because what people do is they go outside of the marriage or outside of the relationship and they medicate that way. They fix it that way, and which blows up eventually anyway. I was saying, in order to prevent it, you have to be an open book with your partner. I say 1,000,000 times, people are like, I married my best friend, and yet your best friend ends up doing something that you had no idea. And you're like, oh my God, I thought I knew you. Right? But it just sounds nice to say, I married my best friend, right? Because it's romantic, right? It's what sells diamonds. But in reality, you just married somebody that you're getting along enough with to commit with, so to speak. So I was saying there's certain things you can do. You can be open to sexual, you know, experimenting. You can be open when this person says 5 years after you met them, I want to go skydiving. Versus, you know, instead of saying, I'm not going skydiving, you crazy. I like knitting. I do knitting. Instead of doing that, even if skydiving isn't your thing, support that person in skydiving. Look up a book, look up a magazine, be like, hey, you know, skydiving, you can do it here and you can do it there, even if you're not into it. Because I said what's going to happen is that guy's going to go skydiving thinking you can't relate. And all the girls at the skydiving like skydiving. Right? So that's what he's going to meet over there. So I was saying, in order to prevent that, where another woman, and you can't be everywhere at all times, right? But what I was saying was, you can prevent it by at least having a very genuine interest in your partner and what they like, and vice versa. And then I used Halle Berry and Dave Justice as an example, because he said that the problem with her is, of course, she's a beautiful woman, right? No one can deny that. But the problem he had with her was that she never went to a baseball game. He felt like she didn't support him at all. And baseball was his career, right? So she didn't have to love baseball, but she could have showed up every now and then, threw his jersey on and cheered her man on. And I think in that way, you can prevent someone from straying. Now, with that said, there are some people that are just bad people. Like you said, Annalisa, they cannot be monogamous. They pretend to be monogamous, or, you know, they need to have that thrill of the chase. So they're going to be that person. But I think within a relationship, you can prevent certain things from happening. Like men can, I said the same thing about men. Men think, I pay all the bills. Why is she cheating? I took care of her. Because you're not taking care of her romantically or intimately. You're not being spontaneous. Women like balance. Women like adventure, right? And you're not doing that, but you're thinking, because I pay all the bills, I break my back to take care of this family, you think that that's enough. Meanwhile, she's watching 50 Shades of Grey. Her girlfriend is telling her that her man choked up against the wall and ripped her panties off. Like, we're all out in the world. We're seeing things and hearing stories. This is real, right? And people think that when there's a commitment, everything else outside of the world ends. There's nobody else that's attractive. There's nobody else that's adventurous. And it's a mistake you make, right? So when you can be that person, I think it prevents cheating, because people are always looking for the next adventure, right? No matter how much they love you. And that's why we hear over and over again, hey, I wouldn't leave my husband because he takes care of everything. But this guy over here, I need to hit that. Men do the same shit. I love my wife. Don't bring this back to my wife. Okay, I'll sleep with you, but don't bring it back to my wife, because I love my wife, right? So why not be that? You know what I'm saying? Why not be, at least attempt to be everything for him, and at least attempt to be everything for her? I think people come in with their love language, their fixed love language, like, I'm a good provider. Or a woman to come in, well, I'm attractive, so he's not going to cheat on me. No, that's not enough.
That's not.
There are a lot of, you know what I'm saying, hats to wear when you decide me and you forever.
Listen. Okay.
So I'm going to agree with that. And I think that so for me, I think especially something that I've learned growing up. And I remember one of the first things that I learned in a psychology class that I had to take was about opposites and attraction. And the professor just sort of, she posited the question and she said, what do you guys think? Like, do you guys think, and I was really young, and do you guys think that opposites attract, like psychologically speaking, or do you think that it's commonalities? So I think that's kind of the line, that's sort of the conversation we're having, right? I think what we see in successful marriages is you have two people who have a lot in common. They have a lot of commonalities. They're not exactly the same people, but they share similar interests. They share sort of similar worldviews. They share similar hobbies. And these are the things that we tend to see with couples. That's what gives them the legs to go the distance, rather than, I think I said, that was my first class. I think I said opposites attract. And she's like, yeah, you're wrong. I was like, wait, what? Because that was that's sort of how I was operating at that time. I was like, maybe I just need a man who's introverted because I'm an extrovert. Maybe I needed a man that was basically opposite of me. And time after time after time, well, it's not that many times, I'm not that well versed, but any time that I was dating someone that was sort of polar opposite from me, or had more things different than in common, it crashed and burned. It's like, well, we couldn't see eye to eye. It's like wearing two left shoes, right? Like walking with two left feet. Like we just couldn't get there. And I think that you need to rather that, because sometimes it is a lot to be like, oh my God, I don't want to go to your baseball game. Like you're hitting that little stupid ball with the stick. Like just run already. Who cares? So I get that. And I do get that. And I know people think, oh, that seems a little bit cold or indifferent. For me, I just feel like the most important piece in a relationship, obviously outside of compassion and communication and compromise, it's commonalities. It's like the 4 C's. You need to have things in common. There are things that you have to do that you like doing as an individual person that you'll like doing more with that person because they enjoy it as well, right? So it's like, that's to me what I think. And statistically speaking, when you look at, why was this couple successful and this couple was not? It tends to be they're just incompatible. They're just emotionally incompatible. They're very different people who couldn't find compromises to make each other happy along the way. So yeah, I'll agree with that.
So what are you saying to me, Annalicia, is I should get somebody as crazy as me? Because I always go for the opposite. Like I go for the complete opposite. So I'm still dating the nuts.
Well, commonality.
Well, first of all, don't look at I wouldn't look at you like a nut. I think that you're brilliant. I think you're extroverted. I think you're charismatic. I think you're dynamic. So I think you just date someone who sort of meets you where you are now. Well, not that I'm dating, but if I was to date again, if I do ever date again, which it's looking terrible out there, but if I do ever date again, I think that I want someone who is more inclined to speak their mind, right? Because that's how I am, and I understand that. I have, that's sort of the way, that's the lens that I wear when I go out into the world. If I see something and I take issue, I tend to be someone who will diplomatically have a conversation about it, right? I like to meet people. I'm very social. So I would want my person to be sociable and be able to sort of rub elbows in the same circles as me effortlessly, right? I don't want someone who's socially inept. No offense to people who are introverted. And it's not, I don't want to make the correlation between introverted and socially inept. I don't think that the two are necessarily correlated. but I don't want to have to, you know, like, it's like pulling out teeth. I don't want to have to drag you to events at my workplace. So I don't want to have to drag you all over the city, or if I want to go to an art museum or a gala. I want you to be excited. And I find that you're only really going to be excited if you sort of feel, you know, you're sort of on the same emotional, you have the same emotional bandwidth that I have. So I can't do this. I can't do the strong silent type. It's like, why are you silent? Say something. Life is so interesting. This is such an interesting show. This is such an interesting book. Curiosity for me is everything. And if I'm curious about everything, I'm curious about life, people, books, movies, learning. It's everlasting. It's nonstop. Why aren't you? What are you so glib about? Even talk. Like, oh yeah, that was a good Raptors game. Hey, I like basketball as much as the next nut. But like, what do you think about poverty? Or like, let me know that you're like a human and you're experiencing the human condition with me. You're not like some sort of a AI, just sort of like, yeah, okay, yeah, that's cool. Like, strong silent for what? Like, say something.
I've gone through that a lot. Like, I'm the type of person, like, you know, every other week I'm discovering something. I'm like, let's go try it. And when I get the like, why? I'm like, oh, you're killing me, man. And then that quite naturally, I start looking for someone like who wants to do it. I'm like, what do you mean? Why? It's new. It's different. I want to know how these people think and why they think this and what.
So you need to date an adventurous person.
Yes.
You need to date someone more like you, Jen.
And Anna, you need a funny guy. So you can't, like, you also, like, one thing I know about you, yes, you probably need an extroverted person. All of those things you say, somebody who can have conversations that are higher level, but you need somebody that's funny too. Because like, I feel like you're funny as fuck. So that's gonna be, if you have somebody that don't have a sense of humor, you're gonna be like bored as shit. So
oh my God,
don't forget that.
Donna knows me.
I want Reaper to elaborate. Reaper said, but on the flip side, I know I can't stop a woman from getting her itching. I know how to prevent it without force. I won't say tonight, laughing out loud. I learned by experience. I want to know how you prevent her.
Jen,
I want to know.
I want to know.
What he's saying is actually true. It's actually a psychological phenomenon. It's a psychosexual phenomenon. And I don't know, like, what can we say? What's the politically correct way to say rug munching?
That's what I was about to say. That's what he's saying. But
it's like, studies have shown that men that I don't actually, we have to have like a late night show dedicated to this kind of conversation. I don't want to get anybody monetized.
It's 12 a.m. It's late.
It's time. It's
12 a.m.
Flip it on.
Let's get it on. Bring it.
We were talking about bondage earlier.
The studies that I've read and the journals that I've read and all the literature that I've read, it basically says, intimates or suggests or infers, asserts that men who like to not receive, but who like to give oral sex, and who do it with regularity, they do it for the purpose of mitigating her desire to cheat, and it works.
Oh,
so this is, look, I'm not trying to campaign for this, although I do.
Why not?
It is the best, but at the same time, there's science behind it, right? So it's interesting. It's a sort of it's an evolutionary sort of, what's the word? It's an evolutionary. What's the word I'm thinking of?
Does it work on the reverse, Anna? So if women do that?
I did not. No, I didn't see. I didn't see that with men.
So we don't have to. We don't have to. They just need to.
Well, the men should answer that. Gentlemen in the chat and gentlemen on the panel should answer that. First, I want to address the super chat. Jazz Wiz, man, thank you for the super chat. He says making money and paying bills should be enough.
What?
You women are asking for too much. Y'all can never be satisfied with what y'all have? He must be late.
He must be people who this is concerning, right? This is what I'm saying. This is like a robot. That's just someone who deals and he doesn't feel. Like you just deal with everything in life, but you don't feel everything in life. And that to me is a red flag. It's a problem because if you've ever been in a room with people who just deal with things, whose baseline is sort of like they have a very shallow affect, like they're never really excited. They can get angry, but their baseline is just monotone.
Yeah.
They just deal, they don't feel. It's not pleasant to be in a room with people like that. They also characterize people with shallow affect with like psychopathy and narcissism. So yeah, that's a problem for me. Like making money and paying bills it's not enough. Women can make money and pay their own bills. Like, what do you mean? And they're vibrators. Like, so essentially you're negating your entire existence and role in a relationship is what you're doing. Like, there's so much more to humans and relationships and love than paying bills and making money. You make money, you spend money, right? Like, it's like, that's not love. That's not love. I don't understand. Like, and that's what I'm saying. It's so, we can talk about sex all day. And I remember someone said this on the panel. We're great at having conversations about sex, but we're not great at having conversations about love. Like, and that's what I'm saying. People deal, they don't feel. Like, feel it. Have a conversation about it. What do you mean you pay bills and you make money? That's enough. Enough for who? Says the man who's going to be alone for the rest of his life, unless there's a woman out there whose self-esteem is low enough, or maybe there are women who are like you. You have to find someone like you, someone with shallow affect.
I was gonna say there is some women
through life dealing with things, not feeling, just deal with it. That's fine. You just
there's some women who that's their basic requirement, and that's all they care about is that he's paying the bills, and maybe that would be enough for that person.
At least he gave $5 for that drag. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He paid for his own drag.
I mean, it's gonna be hard. She's gonna have a boyfriend on the side, but he will find somebody.
Listen, I prefer that. You know what I'm saying? Like let her go outside for a few hours while I play this video game. That's what I'm talking about. I support that.
Shut up, Tristan.
Jazzwiz, if you're still here, you probably missed earlier where I literally said men think that paying the bills is enough. That's just as ridiculous as a woman saying, well, I cook 3 meals a day and that should be enough, right? It's just as ridiculous. I'm sure you wouldn't want to get with a woman who's like, I cook 3 times a day. That's enough. Leave me alone. It's unrealistic. It does result in a very lonely life. It takes more than paying bills. You have to be a lot more than that. I wish it was that easy. I wish relationships were that easy. Just pay bills and
he should have been honest. He should have been honest, making money and paying bills, but we're still in this project apartment. Like, is that really enough? Is these roaches on the floor enough? I don't think so, sir. I said,
Il Doctrine answered. He said, oral sex is too vanilla to satisfy me. I want to be too beast. I want to lean over boundaries. I want 2 safe word sets, 1 for ignoring. All right, but with that said, Il Doctrine, I think Annalicia was saying that men who give oral sex all the time, it does like cure that itch for women or that desire to cheat. So we're just flipping on the guys. If you had a woman who was giving you spontaneous oral sex, aside from the sex you're talking about, aside from that, if she was just spontaneous with it, you were watching the game, you were in the shower, you buy the laundry, buy the washing machine, waking up in the morning, would that satisfy you enough and prevent a quote unquote, cheating episode because you're so satisfied and so drained, for lack of a better word? Would that keep you and prevent you from cheating? We know oral sex isn't enough for anybody, but in general, if she's, every now and then she's hitting you off, aside from that mind-blowing sex you're talking about, would that be enough to quench that thirst and not have you looking outside of her? Gentlemen, you can
I think, 1 second, because I don't want people to misunderstand. I think, so I don't think that it works. I don't think it works on the reverse, because for men, I read it's sort of an evolutionary function to to keep women from straying and ultimately being impregnated by somebody else, right? Like it's a way to keep that woman near them so that they can potentially impregnate her and carry on their genetic lineage. So women, I don't think that biologically we have the same we don't have the same urges necessarily or the same evolutionary functions. So I don't see it working for women. But for men, there has been some research that suggested that men men who love to do it, like they love to do it. They don't care about 69 reciprocity. They just love to do it. I think it's like it happens on a subconscious or an unconscious level for them, but the purpose is evolutionary.
I miss him, Annalise.
Let's not do this. Let's not. We'll be here all night.
You're taking me back. I'm about to send the hey big head text. Let me stop.
Yo.
Listen, you can women can do it all they want to their man, but if he want to go out and sleep with somebody else, he will right after you do that, he'll go and do whatever else. Like I've known my friends to be like, yeah, I gave him some right before he went out and then found out he like still slept with another girl. Like it doesn't matter.
It does not matter.
It just doesn't matter. You can't do that for me.
Get stabbed. That's why people get stabbed.
Wait, why are you getting stabbed though? Why is there so much violence? Like, why is this a thing?
Trisha said, "What's the violence? What's going on?" Wait, Jen, some, not all. Some, not just
some not all. Some not all. Ill Doctrine answered. He said, "Spontaneous oral sex will not keep me from cheating. I don't cheat because I don't wish to extract romantic benefit without my
there
lady."
It is. You see? There it is.
Oh my God, he's so sweet. Are you taken, Ill Doctrine? He has a lady, right?
He said he has
a lady.
I
really don't think anything can stop a man from cheating. Somebody put in the chat if they feel the need or if they're determined to seek conquest outside of their monogamous romantic relationship, there's nothing, he said, that can stop him from doing it. He's going to do it. And I think
that's true
at the most primal level. And there are men who really haven't evolved, right? Like they haven't evolved. So they do operate with that sort of primal sexual purview. So there are some men it's like just steer clear of them.
Yeah. I did say that in the beginning. There's no hope for some people. There's nothing you can do.
Right. They're finished. Yo, really, Tristan?
It's not really. I mean, you can't. I don't think you should blame another person for you cheating.
No.
I think you shouldn't say, well, it's because she got fat, or it's because I got fat, or it's because I'm this, or because I'm that, because people make the decision, right? But I'm just saying that there are things that you can recognize in your relationship that could possibly repair or prevent you from straying. Mm-hmm. But it's up to the person, the individual person. Like if it's me, if it's my husband, whoever, it's up to you to decide not to actually engage and do with it. So yes, you individually can prevent it, but you can't stop your partner from doing it. You can't. You can, you can recognize issues y'all have and talk about it openly. I think that helps. And I think a lot of the stuff you said, Jen, helps too. Like taking interest in what they like. Because I hate football, but like I hate football. It's like literally, I cannot watch it.
You live in Chicago.
But I hate it. Oh my God.
Are you really surprised, Tristan?
I cannot.
Yes, I am.
Oh my God.
And I literally
I don't watch sports either. I hate sports.
I love sports. I love sports, but I don't
live in the Bronx.
But I don't like
the Yankees. Oh my God, what is going on?
I like the Yankee cat. I don't.
Yeah, but I mean, listen. But if my husband, he's in fantasy leagues and he likes to do that stuff, so I'll sit there and be like, I mean, whatever. Like, I know he knows that I don't like it. He's like, I know you don't want to watch it. No, I don't. But you try to do it and take them into games and do stuff because it's like that's what they like to do. So you have to make those efforts. I think I mean, let
me tell you something. Escorts, like I'm not talking about regular old YouTube panel prostitutes. I'm talking about escorts. the girl.
Yo.
I'm talking about like, no, listen, I know how it
escorts?
works. Escorts, like the high price $3,000 an hour
Right.
that go out to the politicians. They are literally trained to like sports, to learn about stocks, to learn about certain things that men are
Take
into.
interest in men's stuff.
Right.
Oh.
There's a reason for that, because it's like it keeps a man's interest. So learn from the hoes. The hoes are teaching.
Wait, that's what they said. Should you learn from
Is there a male
should you,
one for this?
no, I
Because
have a
I'm
real
broke right now.
question, Tristan. Like, should you learn from the chick that your man cheats on you with? Because see,
No.
people say, listen, people
No.
say that you should try to figure out what made your man go to that woman.
Wanna know,
okay,
because
go ahead, Anna. I want
the
you to tell
reason
me.
he cheated has less to do with her and more to do with him. That's the like she can't give you anything. She
That's
has a
right.
crotch like you have a crotch. She has a mouth like you have a mouth. There's nothing
I like
about her that it's and it's that's what I'm saying. Cheating is like one of those things. It's so it's so aggravating, and it's so like there are nuances, but at the end of the day, there's nothing you can learn. Like,
The
what did
sad
you say?
chick
I
can't
twist my
teach you
tongue like
nothing.
this.
Right.
He could put it in my ear. Like, no, that's not.
She said my
Cheating
ear,
always has
yo.
more to do with the person cheating than it does to do with the person they're cheating with.
That's
Just
right.
as a general rule, I think, as a rule of thumb.
See, I like how Ms.
What
Wanda said
doctrine
that.
said the most you can learn from the woman with whom your man cheated is how to appeal to his romantic treachery.
There you see, exactly. Learn.
What
You
was
want
you
to
about
learn
to
to be a
say,
mistress.
Tristan? Tristan
If you
was
ever
saying
want to
something.
learn to be a mistress, then go talk to a mistress, and then she'll put you on. She'll put you on.
No, I had a girlfriend who her husband was like cheating, right? And she was talking to the mistress, like really just trying to figure out what her husband liked about her, what she was doing. And I was like, she was driving herself crazy. And
she's insecure.
I was like, friend,
I will say, let me be devil's advocate.
Go ahead. Be the devil's advocate.
Let the atheist be the devil's advocate, since we are the devil's children.
Yo, I can't.
Let me just throw something in there. There are some adventurous things that I'm sure the side chicks do or the mistresses do, right? That they can't get at home. So that's why they go and do that with her. And they don't love the chick. They don't want the chick, but they want that satisfaction of her spontaneity, of her freakiness or whatever, or her body, right? So it's like there are certain things, because I know I've been in relationships and I've seen other guys and I've been like, I wonder what that mouth do, because he looked a certain way, right? I wonder what them shoulders do. So there is that we do have to consider that. Oh my God, my honey. Tristan knows me. Tristan knows me too.
See, fellas.
Jen, I'm with Anna though. I don't think the side chick can teach you nothing but how to be a side chick. Like,
I agree. No,
I don't really think she can give you any valuable lessons on how to keep your man.
I totally agree with you, because she's a woman of low caliber and low thinking and low vibration. So a woman like that can't teach a shit. To be honest, anybody could be a mistress. I can look at anybody's husband and be like, oh, hey, come over here. He's going to come. It doesn't mean I'm better than his wife or more special. It just means that I appeal to his animalistic desire, which is why I hate when mistresses and side chicks act like they're better than the wife. No, you were just available and he was curious or bored or mad at his wife and he ran off with you. Right. But I'm just saying that escorts are trained a certain way, so they can appeal to
how to do it
in certain ways. There's certain sexual positions, certain, like, when was the last time you tickled your man's balls? Like, you know what I mean? When was the last time you were spontaneous? It's a lot of things that you can learn from people that are just, you know what I'm saying?
So you saying we all need to go through escort training?
No. Hold on.
So Jen,
she's not saying that. I want to literally jumping out the window. But what I do think is, even for the men who are saying, listen,
that's not a bad idea.
What Shorty does on the other side of town, I can't get anything like it. Like, or maybe, you know, my girl is, you know, it's old, it's familiar, it's, you know, lacks spontaneity and all that. I would still say that that could come down to a compatibility issue. Like you have some people, and this goes for women too. I know a lot of women who have like exponentially high sex drives. Like they have, not that they're going to cheat, but men as they get older and the noodle limps, like yeah, it could be a problem. And the same can be said about women. Women have children and they get tired and they're constantly cleaning up after children and the husband and the dog, and it's like, yeah, you're drained, you're exhausted. But sometimes, even starting out, sometimes there's an incompatibility sexually. And even like I remember my therapist was telling me, actually I shouldn't say that, but she was telling me that that's something she sees a lot. That's something she sees a lot in her practice, where couples, even when they started out, and then she wonders, she has to like ask them, like, why did you guys still get married? Because like you have that honeymoon phase where you're always having sex and it's always amazing, and then you phase out of the honeymoon phase and it's like, oh, this is it, this is you, this is forever. And then you have to kind of deal with whatever issues that presents. But even initially, when you're not compatible sexually, whether it's drive, whether it's sexual exploration, whether it's just things that you like there are some men, for example, who love oral sex and they marry a woman who doesn't give oral sex. Like she could say it's her gag reflex. She could say, I don't know, I don't like how it looks, whatever it is. And then he still marries her. Like, that's what I'm saying. So
and then it's
an incompatibility thing. And people still do it because, again, evolutionarily speaking, we've sort of, we've evolved past our primal sexual needs and desires. And the goal, I think, the goal, evolutionarily speaking, is to make sure the offspring survives, to make sure the offspring has the best chance and the highest quality of life possible. So we kind of moved away from that. But I think, reel it in a little bit. Like, tell me, what do you like? What don't you like? How much do you like it? Right? Like, have that conversation and understand what you're getting into on both ends.
I want to. Let me reply to JT. His name. It ain't the legend thing. His name is Darkness. Okay, that's his name. Don't come for my little devil boo.
No, he's gonna give me nightmares. Like, don't do it again, Tristan. I'm gonna have a nightmare after this.
What? You don't like Darkness? This is the sexiest thing in any movie ever. I can't believe you don't like Darkness, Alicia.
That's a nightmare.
She don't even know who that is. She doesn't know. She doesn't know.
No. See, if you saw Legend, you would love Legend.
And Alicia just reads. She doesn't watch movies.
Reaper said, if women
he said she don't watch movies. She just reads.
I love movies. That's not true, Tristan.
It was a joke. Don't. Oh my God. See.
No, I had to call your joke out because I think she didn't hear you, but I wanted to make sure she saw what you were trying to do.
I like my life, Miss Juana.
I wanted you to keep your life, but I do want her to get you.
This is me and Anna every day. This is me every day. This is literally it every day.
He's right. So
I wish Reaper would cam up because he's just dropping them in the chat. He says, if women really take the time to listen to men to understand and not respond, they would really get a lot of valuable information that can benefit them. But they must be healed and more secure than insecure. Why don't you cam up, Reaper? You don't have to go. Yeah,
that ain't gonna stop y'all
because don't nobody study you more than your woman. Like the woman will
sit
there and just study you.
I don't understand why they think we don't know them.
I dissect.
We know them.
I'm like the little frog and the scalpel.
Like just because
we know how often you use the bathroom, we know everything.
I grew up around mostly women because I think my grandpa had out of the 15, he had 12 girls. So
kids?
Yeah. Oh.
With the same woman?
He was the inspiration for the Temptations' Rolling Stone. Okay.
Wait. Okay.
He was the muse for that song.
It wasn't with the same woman.
Listen, he was a trucker.
Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah.
Enough said. Ill Doctor said, I don't have a woman, but I know one who would be angry if she heard me say that.
Listen. I know. I'll be trying to be safe out here. Like people be watching these lives, and you get a DM like, "Oh, really? Oh, what you like? Excuse me. I said like you weren't in the comment section.
Talking about his jaw tired. The doctrine.
This is yo. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that. Your
Yo.
jaw's tired. I don't want to hear
Anna,
that.
you just started something. Anna, you just started.
No, he's getting that. Believe me, if I hear that, it's a problem.
It's a
But this is the thing. This I don't like about like men are. I have to make the assumption that the person in the chat talking like this is young. I have to, because if you understand, even in relationships, even statistically speaking, it's women who are not being heard. It's like, I'm talking to my husband, the game is on, he won't turn it off. Okay, honey. Yeah, honey. All right, honey. Honey, all right, take out the garbage. 10 minutes later, garbage is still there. Honey, can you please take out the garbage?
That's
An
but
hour
that you gotta
later,
be
there are
fair
mice
on that.
eating the
You have to
garbage.
be
Like,
fair though.
it's a problem. Like, I think that's just 100%
like
projection. If
flowers,
men
they don't
sat
get
down
the
and
flowers.
listened to women,
Yeah.
you would have better outcomes with women. Your relationship would have better outcomes, and you would have more, you'd be more fulfilled and content in your relationships. But men, can we really put a 1 in the chat? Put a 1 in the chat if you think that men are effective, because listening is a skill. This is a skill set. So put a 1. Don't play with me. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that out of men and women, men are effective listeners. Put a 1. If you know the real, honest truth, and you know that men don't listen most of the time, put a 2. Let me see something right now. And even if I see 2, I know it's because they didn't really hear what I asked.
I must be the exception because I be reading all of y'all correctly. So I'm sorry. I am not in that.
Tristan, I'm sure you got some stuff wrong before.
I don't, because I'll ask first. You can't be wrong if you ask.
You get it all right, huh?
Oh, Doctrine, you really want to put 2, Doctrine? Okay.
Okay.
Jen, I got to go.
He said 3. Yeah, because I'm not really listening.
I got to go. Haran, Anna, Tristan.
This was fun.
Yeah, this was fun. I love this. You know, I got on, said my piece.
Yes, you did. Il Doctor said 3 because I'm not really listening. Y'all don't
exactly. He's not right.
Il Doctor is silly. He knows. He said 2 at first. He said 2 at first.
All right, guys. We can all exit.
Oh, okay.
Tawana G, please follow these ladies, Tawana G and Annalicia at Is It Just Me? Tawana, don't you have like a very explosive interview coming up soon?
I do. This Sunday. Come on, you guys. You'll like this one. It'll be fun.
Okay, this is number 2 that said that with the exact tone. This is number 2.
That's why you gotta follow all of us.
Because the queen said that yesterday.
Okay.
I said, you know what? I don't know, but I got a feeling I just need to call the police. I got a feeling I need to call the police.
You know what? As you being a white woman, I think you'll be okay. But these interviews, it's really gonna hurt the souls of dust mites and dusty reprobate males. It's really gonna hurt the souls of frauds. How many counts of frauds was it? It's just gonna it's really going to hurt the souls of some individuals.
And people wonder why I simp over her. How can you not love that though? I'm sorry. Okay.
Like what I'm saying is actually terrible, Tristan, but I love you. You know I love you.
Richardson is trying to keep us here another hour. He said women should never interrupt a man when they are watching their sports. They can wait until the game is over and then have the conversation, especially if it's not an emergency. You think that I'd be in a relationship with a man who has the audacity to tell me to wait after watching some dudes running around running a ball? Who are you people? What is going on? I can't.
Listen, I love my sports. Everybody know I love my Lakers, but I'm gonna stop. If somebody calls my name, I'm gonna get up because you can pause the TV now. It's not like you're gonna miss anything. You can pause the television.
No, but Tristan,
no, they gotta watch it live.
Tristan.
If they you have to watch it live. Y'all know
No,
that.
I don't care. Listen, Tristan, I don't want to hear about your Lakers. You understand?
See,
Enough.
this is the
Enough.
the
If you talk
bullying
about
that I get
LeBron,
every
if
night.
anybody
This is what I
mentions
get
him,
every night.
it's gonna be
I
a
said,
problem.
you know what's crazy? You know what's
Why are you
crazy?
still
She's
talking
saying
Yeah,
about
they
the
all
won
this
tonight. They won
nonsense,
tonight.
right?
That's what's crazy. They
She's
won
saying
tonight.
all this nonsense, right? She says all of this, and then Kyrie dropped 60 points. And you know what I get in the goddamn morning? The sun's not even up. Yo, did you see Kyrie drop 60 last night? That's ridiculous.
Aren't you
No one wants to
celebrating after
see
their
that.
win tonight? Who
I
did
said,
they beat? Who did
oh
they
my
beat tonight?
god, oh my god, oh my god.
Chef,
What a
you're
game.
hella late.
This
Chef,
is what
you're
we
hella
call
late.
abuse. This is what we call abuse. This is what
He
it
would have
is.
been good. He would have been
So
good
this
for
is
this
the beat.
topic, Chef. But you're hella late, so you got to catch us.
Ooh,
Hey,
Chef is
Chef.
good. Listen, Jen, can we have Chef on the panel next time to have a conversation about men and women, relationships, dynamics, love, sex, and everything in between?
Yes, let's do that. Chef, you
And
hear
can
that?
Yeah.
That's
can
right.
I address
Yes.
Reaper?
Huh?
I want to address Reaper. He said, so what if I'm young or old? LOL. As adults, we can't always use that to dismiss. Listen, I don't know why young people are always offended at the idea of being young. It's like, yo, if you are young and youthful, please exploit it. Please love it while you can. Do as much as you can. Like, I promise you, it's not a slight against your age. I'm just saying, with age comes wisdom, comes experience. Really, the more experiences you have in life and you acquire these experiences as time goes on and as the clock ticks, this is how you learn, this is how you grow, right? Like, I'm not the same person that I was when I'm going to take a guess, you're in your early 20s maybe. I'm not the same person that I was back then, right? And like, that's a great thing. That's evolution, that's growth. So I don't know why young people are always slighted. It's like, you don't have to be older than you are, but at the same time, I'm sure there's a lot that you have to offer. I'm sure there's information that you have or information, vital information, imperative information, maybe that you have to give that people will listen to. But just listen to what we're saying to you. Well, I'm saying that you're younger, you don't know as much. I'll say that, period.
That man could be 50 years old. We don't know what he is. Hopefully he'll come up next time. All right, guys. So I'm gonna say goodnight, Chef Shapino. You are welcome on the next panel. Guys, what do you want to talk about on the next one? You really want to get down and dirty? You want to have a late night? You want a freaky deaky late night tomorrow night? Because I'll do it.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Woo, we got one short. Tristan, you down? Chef, you down? Y'all down for the next one?
I'll be here. I'll be here.
I love Tristan. I'll be here reluctantly.
Yeah, he over there putting his toe in the water, like I'll be around.
Listen.
Gotta come back for that. Let me say shout out to Il Doctrine for the last super chat of the night. Thank you so much, Il Doctrine. He said, for play, I dragged my lady across the bed to me while quoting Darkness from Legends. There is only one cure for evil. Devour your innocence. You think you win? What is your light without darkness? Oh my God.
He's so funny.
That might as well be hieroglyphics. Like, where is that from? What is that?
Is he really trying to out-sit me today?
Hold on.
He did. I think he won. He won.
Listen,
he won.
He said, I dragged my lady across the bed while quoting
Tristan, you're not simping enough. You didn't give Annalisa
enough this girl said you're not
compliments.
Enough.
Like, she should have got 10 more.
Look at the movie Legend starring Tom Cruise. It's like, I think it's from the 80s. It's called Legend starring Tom Cruise.
Listen, Jen, I trust your movie recommendations because I never watched 300 until you're live. And then I watched 300 and everything after that was chuck them. I'm at work. So
I can't believe you never saw 300.
Chuck that client. Everybody gets chucked now. So thank you to you because I love that movie. And I love the idea of chucking somebody down that pit. It didn't happen enough, in my opinion.
Yeah, like for real.
I just want to say something about.
We definitely need to do that.
I need to say something about that movie. 300. I think a lot of people miss. A lot of men probably miss.
We're coming back tomorrow. We're gonna have adults only. Very much tomorrow. We're gonna have. I'm gonna think of a topic. Y'all better come and not be shy because we're gonna be talking.
Okay. I got to go. I gotta go, y'all. Though. Okay, bye.
All
Bye,
right,
Ron.
Anna.
Bye, y'all. Bye, Anna.
Bye,
Love
guys.
y'all.
Love you guys. Bye. Good night.
Bye bye. Good night.
In the movie 300. If you
Il Doctor
notice,
playing with me, but stop playing with me, boy.
in the movie 300, if you notice, before Leonidas basically kicks the messenger down the pit, if you notice for a split second, and this is what I like to tell guys a lot of times. This is why alpha men pair well with alpha females. If you notice in that quick second, before he kicks that messenger down the pit, he looks at his wife.
Like Gurga, right? That's her name, Gurga? Is her name Gurga?
He looks at his queen, and when he looks at his queen, she shakes her head, and then he proceeds to kick that dude down the pit. I don't know if a lot of people caught that, and there's a gem in that, that a lot of people really need to, understand. And that's my final thought.
Okay, there you go. All right, listen to your women. We see shit y'all don't see. Tomorrow, Reaper, you're welcome to come back tomorrow. You're welcome to come back tomorrow. You're fine. Il Doctor, don't play with me. Talk about about the camera. All right, guys. So this was fun, man. This was fun. I love it. I love kicking it with y'all. So tomorrow, let's do some rated X late night type of thing where we're discussing it and keeping it raw. Okay. Let's do that tomorrow. I'll think of a topic, something where we could just come and share stories, maybe to keep our significant others more interested or more intrigued than us, right? Or whoever's single, if they go into their next relationship.
Just get hot sauce.
No, Tristan. Listen, you could dismiss the class. Love you all. Thank you.
Love you all.
Hit
Class
like on
is
the way out.
dismissed. Love you all. Class is dismissed. Good night, everybody.
Good night. All right, guys, there goes another episode of On the Block with Jen. Thank you for joining me. This was really, really fun. I love kicking it with y'all. So let's do it again mañana. We gonna let's get freaky tomorrow. Let's see what happens. You never know. You may learn something to do with your significant other that awaken the juices in them. Let's see, okay? And if you have a suggestion, please throw it in my On the Block with Jen at Gmail. If you want to add to the discussion tomorrow, throw it in On the Block with Jen at Gmail. You may have a better idea than I'll have tomorrow. We'll see. But throw it in there if you have anything you want to discuss with me. Hit that like button on your way out. Hit subscribe as well. And I will see y'all tomorrow. Be here on time so you can contribute, because I love to hear new ideas and stuff. All right. So good night, guys. Bye. See you mañana.